Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands, part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off. Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. What a great time of the year to have a great snack, the official snack of our programming, Game Day Nuts. Head to GameDayNuts.net, GameDayNuts.net, or pull up the Chief Sports app. We know it's in your phones and you can order right there. If you got somebody in another part of the country that misses their boiled peanuts, no shells. You can send them an at-home kit. They can make them and feel like they're right there in the South again. How about that? Head to GameDayNuts.net. Also a great little party snack to have for your holiday parties, which we all know will be coming up in the next couple of weeks. That is Rob Williams. He is the host of SEC Sunday Night, and he'll be with us all day today. John Whittle will be up at about 11 o'clock this morning. Got a busy day tomorrow. Let me go ahead and kind of pre-promote this. We got a guy who, and I'll show you the product tomorrow. Those of you that'll be brining a turkey, maybe for Thanksgiving or for Christmas, this is a homegrown, in-state gentleman, homegrown family recipe, state of South Carolina style recipe for a brine. So if you're going to be brining a turkey, they sent me a jar. I tried it already. Literally, it changed the whole game. I thought we were going to screw this whole thing up. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So we're going to have him on tomorrow. And I wanted to make sure I checked the product out before I was going to pop it on our air and promote it. It's a sweet tea based brine. I'll go ahead and say that. Say no more, right? I mean, it's so
Get out of here.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
So phenomenal. So we're going to pop him in tomorrow. We also we'll have the 4-Quarter Friday boys in tomorrow, both Steve and Justin, with a very special guest to announce something that the 4-Quarter Friday show and Chief Sports Network will now be working with a major entity in this state. So we're really looking forward to that. So that's all tomorrow. But today's today. So we'll talk plenty of Gamecock football. We'll get the CFP rankings. And we've got a drive around the SEC that we'll get to coming up a little bit later on in our show as well, Rob. But good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Hump Day Wednesday to everybody. Wide open Wednesday over there in the chat box, the Nana's Porch chat box. I can see a lot of comments coming in already. And if you want to talk about those at any point, JB, I'm going to get up and get a snack because you have a special way of starting every show with making my mouth water. We talked game day nuts. We talked sweet tea brine. Like, how am I supposed to sit here for 2 hours and not? I just ate, but now I need something else because you just got me thinking on that Thanksgiving meal. Luckily, I think I have a Thanksgiving meal in my future as soon as today. So I don't have to wait too long. I don't know if the turkey will be as good as it is in a homemade sweet tea brine recipe though. So I'm looking forward to that.
Oh,
You got
man.
me. You got me locked in tomorrow.
It's going to be neat. Those of you that enjoy stuff like that, we're big foodies around here. We're also fans of a 4-0 basketball team. Derek Scott will join us on Friday in our preview show. He will be up in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, for the Greenbrier, calling that ball game. I texted him last night during the game. I said, "Well, how about this? I got a stat for you. If Carolina scores 80 or more points tonight, this will be the first time since 1970 that they scored 80-plus points in 4 straight games to open the season." Casey Manning was a sophomore on that team, and that team, of course, was loaded in talent. Carolina did eclipse the 80-point mark, and they went on to improve to 4-0, 87-58, the final score against Radford. And so Derek was picking on Casey a little bit because that's been 55 years since that happened. But I'll tell you what, man. This team I mentioned last week when I think Derek was on, and I mentioned I felt like watching Lamont. He's having as much fun coaching the game of basketball as I've seen him have here at South Carolina since he's been here at South Carolina, because he's got a bunch of guys who are capable of doing the things that he likes to do. Now, if you go back to game 1, we pointed out the shot making ability for multiple players on the floor. The assist ratio was high. The energy, the young freshman, like all the positives. And then we pointed out the negatives. You're going to have to figure out how to rebound. You're going to have to score points in the paint. You're going to have to play transition defense. You're going to have to move the ball and play transition offense. These are just little things that they're going to need to continue to work on. And then, of course, they had the Southern Miss game. They had to have a couple big shots from Michi and some other nice plays there at the end to kind of scratch that thing out. And then you had the Presbyterian game, and it felt like you saw a focus on, okay, they're focusing on some of these things. Like, let's try to get the ball in the paint. Let's see what we can do. And then you had last night's game. And look, I'm not going to – this isn't an effort to build up Radford into being some great team, although I actually like that team. I think they just haven't figured out how to glue together yet, but they've got a bunch of talent.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of run them down the floor, just kind of fire it off and do whatever they want. There's not a whole lot of cohesion offensively with what Radford is doing right now, but there's a bunch of talent over there, and I didn't realize going into the game.
They just hung with North Carolina last week.
They lost
and gave them quite a run. They ended up losing by 14, but they were well in that game for most of the basketball game. So to your point, there's a lot of talent.
Yeah, they had some SEC guys that transferred there. I think a kid left NC State or something like that and went to Radford. So there's a bunch of guys. So then, as the game is unfolding, we're realizing, okay, Carolina is shooting it from long range, but they're not shooting it well from long range, and that was no problem.
Yep.
South Carolina was 34 of 59 from the floor, but just 7 of 25 from long range, which means that they were 27 of 34 from inside the 3-point line. And they were almost flawless in the paint. And they rebounded at an incredibly high level. They out-rebounded Radford by 14 boards, dude. 14 boards.
Yep.
More. And you saw guys down there not only giving great effort, Rob, but you saw guys down there who you could tell. I forget about the competition. I'm watching what these guys are doing. Are they in position to make a rebound? Are they having to go over the back and they're fouling because of it? What are they doing with the basketball once it gets into their hands? Do they know what to do with the basketball? Are they moving the basketball? Are they getting the ball up the floor? All those things. And I'll be honest with you, the guy who through the first 3 games was most impressive at rebounding the basketball, being in position, was Eli Ellis. And then last night, you saw Simeon, you saw Strong, even Asandiko, who got in there and did some good things down low. Jordan Butler did some. You're continuing to see like these little pockets of improvement in the things that we all saw after game 1 and said, well, that's going to need to get better. Now, they're going to turn up the heat on the competition a little bit this weekend. You got Butler coming up on Friday. I think it's a 2:00 tip on Friday. And you got Northwestern on Sunday. So that's good. Those 2 teams are better than the teams that they've played. And we'll see how much carryover there is. But you got to like what you saw from those guys last night, not to mention the fact that they had 22 assists on 34 made field goals. That's a really, really, really strong number.
Yeah, I think, excuse me, overall, the makeup of how they played the game last night looked different to me. I was encouraged that they only shot 25 3-pointers, which is a weird thing to say. But you said here last week with me, and I agreed with you that, you know, we could probably expect them to shoot 30. Like that seems to be like a number that they like. They have shooters. They definitely want to get those shots up. But it was obvious that they are trying to get into the paint, but also when they recognized they were cold, they did try to work the ball in a little bit more. They weren't so stubborn. I've said the phrase "live by the 3, die by the 3" multiple times. They weren't so stubborn to just continue to force it. There's something to be said for continuing to get your shot up and trusting your shot. And, you know, if I'm cold and I'm a shooter, then it's going to come back around. But there's also something to be said for recognizing the matchups and a mismatch down low. And this was obviously the Elijah Strong game. Is kind of his coming out party. He leads the team with 15 points. He was 7 for 10 from the field, and he was 50%, took a couple of threes and knocked one down as well. Mike Sharp-Jones leads the team in rebounds with 10, and I really love his ability to, like, that 1 through 4 for him is just so fluid, and he can just kind of fall into line anywhere, and he has a knack for the basketball. He's going to grab it, and he just makes smart plays. This team is, in a lot of ways, I think we've talked about them looking more like a Lamont Paris basketball team, but I'll tell you this: as you look at it yesterday, nobody took more than 10 shots.
Yeah.
And the leading scorer had 15 points, yet the team scored 87.
Mm-hmm.
So and Meechie Johnson is 1 for 5 with 2 points in the game, and that's who people would look to is probably going to be the top scorer on the team this year. The way that they spread the basketball around is just really encouraging to me. Again, I don't want to boost Radford up more than what they should be, but to kind of hold them at bay and to take off in the way this offense did, I think it's encouraging to a lot of people to have them see this team kind of take care of business the way that they're expected to take care of business. And if you know what you're looking at from a basketball standpoint, you can tell that Lamont Paris is working some things out and discovering some things about some guys and certain matchups that he likes. Who can he put in certain situations? We're seeing increasing minutes for Grant Polk. That's going to continue to come on. Derek told us that here last week. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see how it continues to develop. It's really fun to watch Lamont Paris tinkering and kind of playing with how this is going to work out. And you don't need guys like Meechie to just go out and shoot the lights out every night, which is a good thing because we love Meechie, and I think that he is going to score a lot of points, but he can be a little bit of a streaky shooter, right? We've seen that over the course of his career. So when he has nights like that, who else can you lean on? Apparently the whole rest of the team, because they were able to spread it out and score the basketball pretty well.
Yeah, they'll definitely obviously whittle the minutes down. There's no question about that. 50 points came off of the bench last night, led by Elijah Strong, who had one of the more impressive interviews I've heard in quite some time post-game with Derek Scott courtside. He is incredibly well-spoken, and you can hear a lot of Lamont Paris and actually what he says. Now I understand much more why he's on the basketball team. I mean, he's a guy who has some resemblance of what they had from BJ Mack just a couple of years ago, although he's a little bit more athletic than BJ was. But last night, as you pointed out, 7 of 10 those 10 shots were from Elijah Strong, and 2 of them were from long range, and he drained one. You mentioned Grant Polk as well. Grant started the year 4 of 4, and he hit his first one last night, 5 of 5. He finished 2 of 5, so he is 6 of 9 from beyond the arc this year. True freshman sharpshooter off the bench for South Carolina. So Gamecocks did what they needed to do, blow out the Highlanders before hitting the road. They're leaving today to go to White Sulphur Springs and the Greenbrier Resort up there, and hopefully come home with a couple of more wins underneath their belt. Again, I'll maintain this, and then we'll turn the page and get back into some football here in just a second. But with the 13 non-conference games that they play, I was looking at the KenPom stuff this morning. Now, remember something on KenPom. Matt Anderson describes this way better than I do. But remember something on KenPom. When you come into the year, you got a KenPom ranking that uses metrics from like the last 3 seasons to help create that preseason KenPom number. So it's a good judge of team character, if you will, but also when you enter the year, you kind of are where you are based on what you've done, and that's not the fairest way. But there's only just so many ways that you can have a starting point, right? So, but when I looked at KenPom, I don't think this is going to catch anybody off guard. Butler, Northwestern, Virginia Tech, and Clemson are obviously the 4 teams that are going to greatly continue to help South Carolina climb the metrics ladder here in the non-conference slate of their schedule. So with those 13 that they'll play, I still think that they've got to win 11. I just think that that's such an important number for South Carolina before they get to the 18 games that they'll play in the SEC. And then you can start to really accumulate some metrics there with what else is going on in the league, because we know it's going to be another really good year in the SEC. Maybe not as strong as last year, which, quite frankly, thank God.
Last year was historic.
Yeah.
I think that I've already heard the crowd coming out and saying, "Oh, well, the SEC is going to be down this year." Down compared to what? Like one of the greatest years we've ever seen in the history of college basketball from a conference. Like, of course they're going to be down. That's not a sustainable number and level of production for us to see every year, even out of whoever is the best conference. You're not going to just double up on that many teams in the tournament. Now, I think that they're going to be really, really good again, but that's just unrealistic, and it's an easy shot for people to take that don't like the SEC.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. I saw a bunch of shots on the SEC and the CFP rankings last night from people on social media. Elsewhere that happened in the SEC, there are other teams that struggle to put teams away that aren't big brands. It's not only South Carolina. This actually happens in college basketball. For those who don't believe it, it took a last-second shot for Arkansas and Coach Cal and Nick Pringle, who got into a scuffle in that ball game, but they escape Winthrop 84-83 at Bud Walton Arena. LSU over Alcorn State. Ole Miss had to struggle to get by Austin Peay at home last night in Oxford. Montana gave Texas A&M all they can handle. A&M pulls away by 5 in that one, and Texas took care of Ryder. We'll get to a little bit more basketball later on.
You missed just one in there.
The drive around the SEC. Well, Kentucky got throttled Michigan State. Yeah, I guess I probably should have let off with that. Yeah,
I don't want to miss an opportunity to point that out.
Yeah, that's Kentucky basketball is very resemblant of SEC football. You know, they've lost to Louisville, they've lost to Michigan State. They beat Eastern Illinois. I had to pull this up to make sure I was right. Eastern Illinois, Valpo, and Nichols, and now everybody up there is all over Mark Pope because he can't win a big game. Yep. So
they got popped in the first half. I mean, the second half was that both teams scored 39 points. It was right out the gate. They got absolutely blitzed.
Mm-hmm. They sure did. They'll have a couple other big chances in the non-con, though. All right, it's 10:22. We do need to hit a timeout. Before we get there, real quick, a dear friend of mine, I worked with him for a long time, but I've known him literally since I was born. He and my dad used to be best friends. A guy named Bobby Harton, who has long been on the air on ESPN Radio in Charleston, where I used to work. Today is his day once again, although he will never. Actually, he'd be very mad at me for describing it like that. He has live downtown for 12 straight hours. It started this morning at 6 o'clock at the Ronald McDonald House, and raising money for the families in need over there and for the Ronald McDonald House. If you follow me on Twitter, if you follow Bobby on Twitter, if you're in the Low Country, you can go down there and see them. They auction off all kinds of sports items, and there's always a ton of money raised. It ends up getting dumped back into this coffer a little bit later on, and it gets that number where they need to get it. But if you just want to donate some money, what he does is he hands out after this sucker concludes, and I think I think December 1st is when it's done this year. He hands out a $750 gift card, like a money card, to every family that is staying at the Ronald McDonald House. And then the rest of that money, they give it to RMH for updates or for supplies or whatever they need. They're actually adding on right now. They're rebuilding a bunch of stuff at the Ronald McDonald House to double its size. And so they're gonna donate every remaining penny to those efforts to improve the lives of folks who, if you don't know what the Ronald McDonald House is, it's very important for people who have children across the street at MUSC. My wife and I have certainly spent a lot of time at MUSC with our kids after they were born for a long time, and then every 3 months now. So if you got a couple of bucks this holiday season, we know it's tight, we get it. But please support my friend Bobby Harton and the Ronald McDonald House in the radiothon with those guys today. I want to make sure that we promote that on our end for him as well. Bobby is one of the greatest Gamecocks that ever lived, and he's one of the greatest men I've ever met. So if you got a couple of bucks and you can donate, the GoFundMe account is on my Twitter page, on Bobby's Twitter page. And you can find it all over the place. So we appreciate that. We'll come back. We'll talk some Shane Beamer and some South Carolina football. We'll get into the CFP rankings and more here on The Morning Show.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube channel, and on our X accounts. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, talking the week that was and what's to come in the SEC. Join us every week for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cars while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, ready?
You bet.
Tune in every Friday at 9 a.m. to the Four Quarter Friday High School Show on the Chief Sports Network.
This crowd, the atmosphere that's going to be in that stadium, ready to explode just as they do each time their fighting Gamecocks are introduced.
And so this frenzied crowd ready for the kickoff. And the rave breaks out in Columbia.
And what you're about to see is a spectacle unto itself. Let's enjoy.
All right, 1028. Welcome back. The morning show brought to you by Gamecock Traditions. 50% off sideline apparel extended through the week. So if you're looking for a good deal this holiday season, get on it now or it won't be there when you turn the page to Thanksgiving. GamecockTraditions.com. GamecockTraditions.com. Sideline apparel, stuff they're wearing. 50% off if you would like to put that under the tree this holiday season. Also, shout out to our friends Pat and Steven, who had John Abraham on Tailgate Talks. That episode is out today. I've had John on my show a couple of times. John, you think Tannehill's no filter. John is zero filter. He wants to hear none of it. And as he pointed out, he said, I was on a team that lost 21 straight games. I don't want to hear any of y'all's bull crap. It's been a lot worse around here before. So a little perspective and much more from one of the best players, maybe the best defensive end I actually personally ever saw play at South Carolina. And yeah, that does include Jadeveon Clowney. John Abraham was as good as I've can remember. All right, Rob, to the drama of football and then to the game of football, but we'll start with the drama first. When you're losing, everything is under a microscope. Everything, every single thing that you do, everything you say, every action that you make, every tweet that you send, every word. We live in a clip it and ship it society. So if you see a quote on social media, it's probably going to do you a little bit more to get some context and go find the entire interview and actually listen to the question that was asked and listen to the entire answer. But in the clip it and ship it world that we have, guys create things to create clicks and to create yada, yada, yada. And then that in return creates punching bags. But with all that said, Shane Beamer obviously is under a microscope right now with what's going on at South Carolina football. What's been your reaction to the feedback that he's received since Saturday? All the stuff, from the trying to fire up the crowd up 27 points, walking into halftime, to what he had to say on Sunday in the teleconference, to what he had to say yesterday in his press conference.
I think that one of my initial reaction is that it is clip it and ship it. Like for example, the halftime situation where he's firing up the crowd, that was immediately, I think, taken out of context to be that he's taunting Texas A&M fans, and that just kind of starts the downward spiral of like what people have to say. In one case, South Carolina has been on the national spotlight all week. Because Texas A&M is the top-ranked SEC team and they have a miraculous 27-point comeback, and then you have Shane Beamer doing things his way. And let's just be honest, JB, like this is how he's always been. This is his personality, and we've talked about it on here before. I've talked about it on my show. If that's who he is, then we love it when he's good, and then people are going to pick it apart when he's not. South Carolina fans don't like to hear it necessarily, but there are some similarities there to Dabo Swinney, and there's things about how Dabo runs things and speaks to the media and the way that he tries to fire people up and can be kind of rah-rah, and there's a little cheesiness at times in the way that he speaks publicly or to the media or whatever. And when Clemson is doing well, it doesn't get a ton of attention. And then when they have a year like this year, everybody wants to point it out and talk about it. The same thing can be said about Shane Beamer right now. I think that the struggle of the football team has a lot to do with the criticisms of his personality and the way that he addresses things. And one of the things that I hear so often, just from fans, this isn't even necessary. This is just in the circles in Columbia, on the street, at dinner, in random conversations, is when things don't go well on the field, and guys have a major penalty called on them, or they miss a couple tackles and give up a big play, whatever the case may be. He's always clapping and trying to get them back on course, and there doesn't seem to be a butt chewing of sorts with guys who make mistakes. That's his leadership style. I'm sure there are coaches on this team that are going to chew those guys out for making those mistakes, but Shane is going to be the positive reinforcement guy. He's going to try to pump them up. He's going to fill them with confidence because he knows they play better when they have confidence. And so when I listen to him talk, whether it's at the halftime or Sunday night or even yesterday, there's always going to be these elements of positivity. It's just exactly what I expect it to be, I think. And that's my reaction to it, is like, I don't expect him to deviate necessarily from who he is. He's going to keep receipts. He's going to make snarky comments if people are saying untrue things. Like yesterday, I actually really appreciated and liked the way that he came right out and jumped into he got in a fight with Clayton White social media storm, and just addressed it right off the top, and the manner in which he addressed it. I appreciated that. I know that some people may have had different thoughts, and I also appreciate his confidence. In one of the clips or quotes that Jordan K tweeted out, and it kind of went viral, and everybody was grabbing it, and On3 grabbed it and made a graphic, and that's exactly what you mean by clip it and ship it, is that he said that next year this South Carolina team will be sitting around watching the college football playoff ranking to see where they fall, indicating that they will be in contention at this point in the season for the college football playoff consideration, being in that top 12. I don't expect him to do anything different. He should have that type of confidence. What do you want him to say? I mean, what is the alternative? To just kind of be downtrodden and say that, this team is no good and they don't have any talent, and you can do that sarcastically, I guess. But when you're 3-7, I appreciate the positivity, and his competitiveness is what continues to drive him to go back to work. Mm-hmm. And I think that the things that people say about him are only motivation to him to work harder. And maybe it works out for these last 2 games, JB, and maybe it doesn't. Maybe he's, if worst case scenario, and these games are lost, and he's not going to be the coach here next year. And if that's the case, then we'll see what happens with him in his next chapter. But if he's given an opportunity, he is going to speak positivity, and he's going to work as hard as he can to go out and put the best product on the field. I don't doubt that at all, and I think that is the heart behind the way that he has addressed it and the things that he said.
Yeah, I look, he is in a 0-win situation right now. If you're Shane Beamer, it honestly doesn't matter what he says and how he says it. There is going to be not a fraction of people. There's going to be a larger group of people who don't like it, and they're going to find a way to make it fit their narrative. The facts are facts right now. Okay, let's stick to the facts. Right now, the facts are this. They are 3-7. They had 1 win in the SEC in 8 games. That is not good, okay? It's not good, period, the end. And then, to your point, I said this other day too, I was on with Bill and Tyler on 107.5, and they asked me about him pumping up the crowd. I said, that's not the first time that he's done that, that's who he is. Now, would that be me? And this isn't me trying to fire off a shot at Shane Beamer, because I agree with you. He is who he is. Would that be me? No. But that wouldn't be me if we were 9-0 or 3-6. That's just not me. Golly, I mean, it just in general, I try to keep my head down in public. You know what I mean? But Shane Beamer is always searching for that next round of positivity to what he feels like will be helpful. And by the way, that has been helpful in his tenure as a head coach at South Carolina. He can lean back on some times when he really kept the vibe in a good spot, and it allowed his football team to not wander off into Never Never Land. They were able to respond collectively in a positive manner and win some football games. And he's acknowledged that before, in press conferences and things like that. I personally, if I'm being fair to the conversation, and I feel like that's what we should be here, I would probably pick and choose the way that I say things a little bit better. To your point yesterday, like I don't know that he needed to go that extra step and say, well, we're going to be watching this show next year to see where we are in the playoff rankings. Rob, I'm with you. I understand the point of what he is making there. Look, we expect to be here. I'm going to send this message to my players, to my recruits, to my fans who are still on board with me, to my administration. They're all going to see this. I want them to know that that is what I expect. I got the message, man. I get it. I probably would think about wording it a little bit differently if you're going to go that far along in that response yesterday and say it's depleting, devastating for us to know that they're having these conversations with 25 plus teams about being in the college football playoffs. We're not one of them. We were one of them last year. We were knocking on the door. We didn't get in. We are a product of our own success right now. We had success last year. We're failing this year. If we failed last year, we would have had zero expectations this year, but we succeeded last year. And so we had high expectations. We didn't meet them. So we have to reevaluate things to be able to meet those again next year and maybe have a shot at being back in that conversation. I would word it something like that. You know what I mean? It's still a positive message. It's acknowledging that, again, you are not meeting your own expectations. Those expectations weren't set by the fans. The fans didn't expect them. It wasn't, we expect them to be in the playoffs this year. Well, why is that? Well, because they won 9 games last year and they were about to be in the playoffs. Their expectations were set by themselves, not anybody else. So, if I'm Coach Beamer, I would think about maybe wording some things a little bit differently or just not go there, because this program, and in particular him, when you're a sitting college head coach, you become the butt of every joke, like memes and all this crap that I don't even know how to make them. I don't even know how to make a meme. Do you know how to make a meme? I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
I see them all the time. I'm like, how do people come up with this stuff? But you become the butt of the joke, and then that spreads like wildfire. And even if what he's saying is correct, and I personally don't have any reason to believe differently. Personally, I don't. I do think that they still have a pretty solid foundation inside of that building. And at the end of the day, yes, Rob, that's all that matters, right? But when you become memes and you become this big flying joke and all this stuff, and it spreads like wildfire nationally, the outside world, like guys who might be thinking about coming to coach here, or kids who might be interested in playing here, or whatever the case is, that stuff, they don't know the difference. Yeah, they can ask, but their initial reaction, or their initial it's like your first impression is your lasting impression, right?
Yeah.
Like one of their first impressions might be, man, that place looks like a disaster with what's going on. They don't know the story. They're not close to it like we are. And then they're not in that locker room. So if I was Coach Beamer, I would probably try to word it a little bit differently when you say things like this, or maybe just stay out of certain roads. But it doesn't mean that I don't understand what he's doing, because he's doing what he's always been doing since he's been here leading the program.
Yeah, I think that people in general, as fans, right, like if they don't have the same type of personality and they wouldn't react like he does, kind of like what you said, right? Like if any, and when I say you, I don't mean you, JB, I mean anybody watching, any fan. If you were the coach of the South Carolina Gamecocks and it's halftime and you have a big lead and your team is 9-0, 10-0, 3-7, 0-10, whatever, how would you react? Now, if it's different from how Shane Beamer reacts, but this team is 9-1, everybody looks past it. They look past their differences, their personal preferences, the way that they would align, what they would say, how they would do it. Oh, well, whatever. we just scored another touchdown. Yeah. And like, they just kind of glance over it, but there's so much scrutiny because they're 3-7. People have tossed all grace, any level of I'm going to look over anything, because now people want answers. Let's quote Mike Morgan here. They want a pound of flesh. And we got the Teasley pound, and then we got the Shula pound, and they continued to lose. And Saturday was just unexplainable, unspeakable, historical, and now people need another one. And so I think that's where the fire and the passion is being just spilled out, and people say now they're looking to everything. Now it's the expression on his face. Now it's the way that he tucks in his shirt, how he ties his shoes. Like, they're going to pick apart every single thing that he does, and we're at a point where, and that's when that is happening inside the fan base, and you have less people defending him. I think it spirals a little more in the national scene as well, because there's not a lot of a wall built up of people that are going to fire back in this social media world that we live in.
Yeah, and this has become the conversation. The hiring of an offensive coordinator has become the conversation. And again, I get it. I'm not going to tell people how to feel, right, Rob? Like,
yep.
I can't stand when somebody tells me how to feel. Don't tell me how to feel. I feel the way that I feel. So folks that are on that, that extreme level with wanting to tear it down and build it back up and all those things, I mean, I might disagree with them, but that's okay. But I understand the feeling. I get it. Like, you want to see this football team have success, and
that's the beauty of it, right? That fans care that much. You want them to care that much.
Well,
that is the SEC. That's what sets it apart.
Well, that's exactly right. Why would you ever want to be somewhere where they didn't, like UCLA? It's like, I don't know, if they win, they win. I don't care, whatever. We're gonna smoke a doobie and walk on the beach. But here at South Carolina, it's like, no, my world falls apart when we lose, and so I get it. But I'll say this, as it comes to like a football side of things. Again, everything is always fluid. Like, what we know today, we don't know tomorrow. We just don't. Okay. I don't see how these conversations right now should outweigh the conversation of playing and winning these last 2 ball games. Because I will make a prediction here. There will still be people who, regardless, they could win the next 2 games by a combined score of 80-0. And there will still be people who they don't want to see Coach Beamer anymore. They don't want to see the staff. They want whoever they want, whatever. And that's okay. That's okay. But I would bet you, Rob, there will be who might not realize it today or might not be willing to admit it today. There will also be a lot of people who have been on the fence or in more of the let's make a change group going, okay, I'm wrapping presents right now. I'm having some of my spiked eggnog, which, by the way, the Evan Williams eggnog is fantastic. I'm enjoying the holidays with my family. We finished 5-7. That 1-7 mark in the SEC sure is a black eye. But we were in the game with some of the top teams in the country. We couldn't get it done. We screwed it up. Coaching screwed it up. Playing screwed it up. It all screwed up, whatever. But, man, we've beat Clemson 3 out of the last 4 years. We had lost to those guys 7 straight times. We've beat them 3 out of the last 4 years. We finished 2.5 games shy of where the over-under was set before the season by all the betting sites and all that stuff. Maybe our expectations were a little high to get into the college football playoff. Not that they shouldn't be. They should be. Like, in this playoff world, that should be your expectation if you play in the SEC. Mississippi State, South Carolina, Florida, whatever. Okay, maybe we weren't good enough to be in the playoffs. Maybe we were just a 7 or 8 win team, and we finished 2 or 3 wins shy of that. I think you would see the nerves calm down for a lot of people, and the ship steadied a little bit. I'm not saying it'd be acceptable. I'm not saying next year wouldn't be a make or break year for Shane Beamer. I think all of that stuff is 100% true, Rob, 100%. But I do think if you win the next 2 games, the outrage and the toxicity that that just has engulfed this environment for the last few weeks would be subdued for a little while, and people would be waiting to see, okay, what are we doing to resolve the problems around here? I think you would see a little bit of an attitude change, in my opinion. Now, if you lose, I don't care which one it is. You lose to Coastal, you lose to Clemson, you lose both. What we're hearing and seeing and feeling now publicly, I think that gets worse.
Yeah. I think that, there's a lot of things that can change the momentum here, and you got to start with winning those games. Here's what's frustrating to me right now, and Mike said this on JC and Morgan earlier this week. We only get 12 of these Saturdays guaranteed. Not just us as South Carolina fans, football fans, okay? College football fans, we get 12 of these Saturdays. It's not many. You don't get a lot of this. These are cherished experiences. We spend the entirety of the year craving and waiting and looking forward to that opening weekend. And for those that made the trip to Atlanta, it was evident. And then you come home and Williams-Brice is packed, and you have it in the bumper here. There's nothing like a Saturday night at Williams-Brice. But across the country right now, we have off-season conversations now overshadowing in-season conversations. That's a little frustrating to me, because we have 40 weeks to talk about off-season fodder, to talk about the transfer portal, to talk about coaching searches, to talk about who's getting paid what in NIL, to talk about who's going where in the NFL draft, who's going to lose this person, who's going to lose that person, staff changes, extensions, buyouts, on and on. And those conversations, in large part thanks to LSU, Florida, even Arkansas being open, the Lane Kiffin sweepstakes, the impending portal moves, Penn State is open. James Franklin's already been hired, we think, at Virginia Tech. Like, those types of conversations should not be more important, even if you're 3-7, than what your football team is going to do on Saturday, because you don't get a chance to talk about that game day experience. You don't get a pregame show, a preview show. You don't get a post-game reaction in a few weeks when the season is over. You're going to have to wait months to get that conversation again. We can talk about buyouts and where Lane Kiffin is going and what's happening with South Carolina, who they're going to hire for the offensive coordinator, and all of those things another day. We've got tons of time to talk about that. And I get it. Like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't talk about it here on the show. I just mean, like, the fan conversation, the social media conversation, the message board conversation, it is overwhelming about all these ancillary things that don't compare to what I'm going to feel when I sit in my seat in Williams-Brice Stadium on Saturday. Mm-hmm. There's nothing like that. When I listen to you guys in the preview show on Friday, they only have a couple more of those, and then it's going to be on to fully into basketball season, and then baseball season, and then the quiet dog days of summer where we're talking about recruiting and just fiending for this team to hit the field again.
Right.
So I'm just really focused on what's happening in these next 2 weeks. But to your point, if they win both games, there's a lot that can happen to boost momentum after Thanksgiving. The offensive coordinator hire is going to be a big piece. Obviously, the transfer portal is going to be a big piece. Player retention is going to be a big piece. And it seems that those three elements, the outgoing portal, the incoming portal, and the staff changes or the hire at offensive coordinator or whatever the case may be, those things hold just as much weight, if not more, in the eyes of the fan base than what happens these next 2 weeks on the field.
Yeah, I am more the way that it stands today. Again, my opinion could change, Rob. Like, again, if they lose to Coastal Carolina, that would, to me, signify there is a much bigger issue than I think we think there is. You know what I mean? Like, if you go out and get beat by Coastal, I feel like that would be kind of like a, hey, we this thing fell apart, and it fell apart quick, and it's probably okay to turn the page because it's going to fall apart anyways.
Yep.
But if that's not something that happens, if they're able to right the ship down, in these last couple of games as much as it can be righted. I am in the camp as it stands today that if you go out and you want to burn this whole thing to the ground and restart with somebody new, I don't think that is something that just magically makes it better.
No.
Okay. Now, I don't know. I mean, hey, for all we know, Jeremiah Donati could be working in the dark of night. Everybody thinks, and obviously I'm being a little bit tongue in cheek here, so just forgive me, but you know my point. Jeremiah Donati could be working in the dark of night going, everybody thinks Lane Kiffin's going to LSU or Florida. Hell, that son of a bitch is coming to Columbia, South Carolina. I got him locked down, $11 million a year, 5-year deal. We're going to sign it, next week or whatever the case is, right? So, like, if you have a better solution and that solution is in line, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But we don't know any of that stuff. And so if the solution is fire the head coach and get out into the market and go fire another head coach, I don't think that's as good of a let's fix the things that need to be fixed in this program and let's get him the help that he needs. Again, I go back to something I asked yesterday of Preston Thorne. If you had a Compton OC here and they were putting up average points, I'm not talking about a ton of points, man. I'm talking about just like average points throughout the year. This team's already in a bowl game. We're not talking about firing Shane Beamer. We're talking about, man, they underperformed and we need to figure out why. But, they kind of hung in there. Hey, look, they've actually got some weaknesses on defense and, they need to get a little bit better here, a little bit better there. But we're a couple wins shy of where we thought we'd be, but we're back in a bowl. We got a chance to win these next 2 games, maybe get 8 wins again, maybe get 9 in a bowl game. Like, we're kind of status quo. I'm telling you, I don't think there's any way that's not true. Like, I think we all know that. We saw that throughout the year. Everybody bitched and moaned about the offense week in and week out. So if you just had an offense that could stand on its own 2 feet for a couple of ball games, they'd be in a bowl game right now already with 2 games to play. And it wouldn't be as far off as everybody thought it was, right? So I'm leaning on that side personally of you got to fix some of the things that you can fix under the leadership that you have, as long as the construction of the house is still standing and it's pretty sturdy. Okay, the bones are there. We got to fill in the rooms a little bit. Let's do that. Let's throw a bunch of money at it in the offseason. Let's go get this guy. Let's go get that guy. You want this OC? Let's make him an offer he can't refuse, Admiral. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's go do those things, and let's see what happens here. If it fails next year, then it fails next year. How would that be any different than if you went out and got another head coach as it stands today? Next year probably isn't going to be some zippy turnaround if you make a change. So it's all a chance. That's just where I am. Again, as I pointed out, I understand people that are on the other side. I'm not even going to tell them that they're wrong, because I might be on their side next week if Coastal Carolina walks into Williams-Brice Stadium and beats the Gamecocks.
Yeah, I think that one thing that Shane Beamer has said that I really agree with is that they're close. Like, it's not that far off. And so that gives me hope that your theory that you just proposed, which is essentially throw a bunch of money at it, shore up the holes in the right places, get a competent offensive coordinator in here, go get somebody that is going to be dynamic, that runs a college offense, that's going to be good for Lenoris if he's the quarterback here in 2026, or whoever is going to be the quarterback room here next year, and get a couple of key pieces. Steve Tannehill said it, I think, beautifully the other day, that this offensive line has not been good, and they have improved under Sean Elliott, but there's a need for a few extra talent pieces, I think, on the line of scrimmage, probably on both sides of the ball, given who's going to be leaving or who's going to be lost and what we've seen this year. Start there and get your pieces in place. Go get the offensive coordinator, obviously, and you're not that far off.
Yeah.
And then you're going to be right in contention to where you're going to be right back in that 7 to 8 win range. And if you punch up on a couple and you find yourself in maybe a 9 or 10 win range, and I think that's kind of where this team and program is right now, is that the expectation should be the floor is 6. We're probably going to be in that 7 to 8 range. And if you get things to click a couple times, then you're punching up into 9 or 10. And that's kind of that needs to be where everybody needs to set their sights.
Again, this guy was in charge of the team that won 9 games last year. They set their own expectations. They have failed to meet those expectations. If he finished last year 6-6, Rob, if he was 5-7, gosh, if they limped their way to 7, like if they were like 7-5 or something last year, they probably would have had a pretty dismal SEC record. Remember, they finished 4th in the SEC, or tied for 4th, in a 16-team league in his first year, right? So if he had a 5-6 win season last year and having a 3-win season, maybe 4, maybe 5 this year, I don't think there'd be any question what the move is. It would be, man, this thing never got off the ground.
Which is exactly why all of us have said if this is what happens again next year, then there's no question what the move is. You stack 2 years like this, no matter when you stack them, and the move becomes more obvious.
That's right. All right. Well, it's obvious. It's 10:59, and we need to take a time out. Palm Casual has made our outdoor eating experience, sitting by the smokeless fire pit experience, TV viewing experience, Christmas holiday experience, family experience, dog petting experience, napping on Sunday afternoon experience. Made it that much better. PalmCasual.com. 4 amazing locations in South Carolina. There's one in Wilmington. There's one. It's like a million in Florida. PalmCasual.com. Gamecock owned and operated. John Whittle next.
Fans, listen up. The official Chief Sports apparel store is now available until November 19th on the Chief Sports app. Quality gear, including Nike apparel, shipping within 2 days of ordering. Men, women, and children can choose from a variety of Chief Sports products this holiday season. Order now in the Chief Sports app. Available until November the 19th.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
At JT's Kia, we have a lot to be thankful for.
We're especially thankful for the customers we get to know and serve.
We have additional inventory we have to move, and that means savings we haven't been able to offer in over 3 years.
Get a new Kia Sportage reduced $5,000.
New Kia Sorrentos, new Kia Carnivals reduced $7,000. Get 0% for 72 months.
We're serious about saving you money.
And we're seriously thankful for our customers.
Happy Thanksgiving, JT's Kia.
Season of New Tradition sales event.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. Visit ChefWilliamTurner.com to inquire about private events and more. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Home fitness has evolved. With Matrix, now there's no limit to the ways you can chase your goals. It's time to make your next workout whatever you want it to be. You can use all of your subscriptions or none at all. Take on exclusive HIIT programs or move through immersive HD destination footage while you sweat.
Visit CharlestonFitnessEquipment.com.
Visit GameDayNuts.net and order yours today. Boiled peanuts, no shells. Official tailgate snack of ITG. You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dough Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist. With a little peace and some harmony, we'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got him for you. I said get up and let me see you smile. We'll take a walk together, walk the road a while. 'Cause I got a hand for you, I got a hand for you. I wanna run with you, won't you let me run with you? Hold my hand, want you to hold my hand.
That is still one of my favorite songs to this day. Will we get a Darius Rucker sighting next Friday night at the Patrick Davis 9th Annual Toys for Tots show at the Senate in downtown Columbia? You'll have to show up to find out. That's just the nature of the beast. And guess what? He's going to be on with us to give away tickets. I think tomorrow. I need to double check that. I think tomorrow Patrick will be on to give away tickets. Might be Friday, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be tomorrow. If you want to win tickets to that show, pull up the Chief Sports app, click the Patrick Davis photo. John, we've made this very elementary. I mean, it's I want to go. I want to go. Okay, we'll pull up the app and click the photo. Well, how do you do it? You click the photo and you just type in your name. That's how you do it. If not, then you have to buy tickets, which we encourage you to buy tickets because money is donated to Toys for Tots. Bring a toy with you, by the way. We take care of kids this time of year in need. John, we're all in need of a few wins around here with Carolina football, but we'll get to that here in just a minute. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. What are we going to start with?
Well, we're going to start with a little badminton. We'll get to some putt, and then we'll get to basketball.
Used to have the badminton net at my grandmother's house on my mom's side growing up. Had a bunch of cousins over there. We'd go play out Thanksgiving holidays. The putt was more the grandma on my father's side. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
My kids love putt. Matter of fact, I had this is a conflicting dad moment the other day. If y'all spare me a 30-second story. I was walking my kids home from school and I said, hey, I got an email. I need to sign y'all up for baseball or softball. I've coached them for the last couple of years in baseball. I said, do you want to move into softball or do you want to stay baseball? And neither one of them would really respond to me. So I was like, well, just think about it. And we got home and I was informed by both that they don't want to play anymore. And that was devastating to me. Like, baseball is my love. And so I thought, well, y'all are playing. Well, they can't do that. I'm not going to force them to play something they don't want to play. Hannah was a pretty good player. Riley was okay, but Hannah's good. But you know what they said, John? They totally redeemed themselves. Dad, can we play golf? Yes, you can play golf, as a matter of fact. You know what? Yeah. I know the perfect person to help teach you golf. Her name's Meredith Taylor. And female golfers pretty much all go to college with a scholarship. Absolutely. We'll get into a golf league. So dad is going to
they'll go on scholarship, but you became significantly poorer before that. So take all their college savings and dump that into their greens fees and carts fees and clubs and
I got a couple connections on that stuff. All right, let's start with hoops. Gamecocks win last night. They were 4-0. They'll fly to beautiful White Sulphur Springs West by God, Virginia today to take on Butler and Northwestern this weekend in the Greenbrier Invitational. 87-58, the final score. John, what did you see in the game last night, going back to game one, that you felt like needed improvement? How much did you see?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing for me was just seeing them play pretty well for 40 minutes of a game. They've had so many lulls, given away so many big leads. I mean, they've obviously won those games, but they were up 16 against Southern Miss and early blew that, had to have a miraculous comeback to go to overtime and win, up by 35 or against Presbyterian, won by 20, gave back 10 points in the opener, or more than 10 points in the opener against A&T. So it was nice to just see them build a lead and pretty much keep it and keep growing it. They led by as many as 31 last night, which was right near the end of the game, and ended up winning by 29. So it was just nice to see 40 minutes worth of good basketball. No real lulls offensively, no real cold shooting moments apart from really, I mean, they missed 4 of their first 5 shots, so they started out a little bit slow. No runs by the Highlanders. It's just nice to see a complete performance.
27 of 34 from 2-point range, John, and they were really getting after it in the paint, both on the boards and just getting the ball into the basket. Look, I know that it's Radford. I get it. But when they played Presbyterian, when they played Southern Miss, when they played North Carolina A&T, they weren't that down there, right? So regardless of competition, it's clear this is something that Coach Paris and his staff have been working on, and I thought those guys took major ownership of the paint.
Yeah, it was nice to see Elijah Strong have a good game. Really good on the offensive end, better on the defensive end. I mean, he's just not going to be a great defensive player, but you know, if you can contribute really well offensively, have some guys around you playing well defensively, and just get in the way. I think he can be effective enough to get some good minutes. I mean, he played what was it? Right around 16 minutes, 18 minutes last night. Scored 15 points, 7 of 10 field goals, 5 rebounds, a couple of assists. Had a really nice game all the way around. And, I thought his defensive positioning was better. And that's going to be the battle for him, or that's going to be how he wins, is just being in a good defensive position and not letting things distract him. I feel like at times when he's been out of defensive position, he's just kind of lost where he's supposed to be. He's been paying attention to something else on the court and just kind of lost his focus for a minute. So I think that's the biggest deal for him. But he's got to just be competent defensively, and I think we saw last night offensively what he's capable of.
Well, I would throw Jordan Butler into that last night too. I mean, he only played 11 minutes, but he had 6 points on 3 of 4 shooting. John, so you're talking about 29 total minutes between Butler and Strong, and they were 10 of 14 from the floor with 21 points. They haven't been getting that, again, regardless of competition. I'm not trying to make Radford into an SEC program. I get it, although they do have some nice players on that team. They just haven't figured out how to play together yet. But that's still a nice effort from those two guys. Those are, as you pointed out, those are 2 of their big guys. You gotta play like it.
Yeah, for sure. And Kreist, I thought played okay yesterday. I mean, he's obviously not in the physical shape that they need him to be in. Lamont called a timeout one time right after right after the Gamecock scored, and you could tell Kreist was really laboring going up and down the court. So, you know, between and he only played, I think, about 8 minutes. So those guys just have to keep coming along on the interior. I mean, there's been some steady improvement overall. I think Jordan Butler looks like a completely different player this year. And I'm not saying that he went from really bad last year to really great this year. I mean, just in style of play. I mean, I think he looks like a different player, which is a good thing, I think, overall. So I'm encouraged, as you said. You know, I mean, South Carolina's played 4 pretty bad teams, 3 in the 200s in the Ken Palm, 1 in the 300s. The competition definitely ticks up a little bit here in the coming days. And you know, one thing about that Radford team last night, and to your point, I think they'll get better. This was their 3rd game in 4 days. You don't see that very often. You know, especially when you consider their travel. They were up in West Virginia for 2 games on the weekend, and then traveled down to Columbia to play last night. So they were probably feeling their legs a little bit, and you know, not playing necessarily up to their capability.
Gamecocks score 80-plus points to open the season in their first 4 games for the first time in 55 years. Color analyst Casey Manning was a sophomore on that team. Now, the 4 teams.
Did you look at who they played in those 4 games too?
That's what I was about to get to. Did you look it up? Because I don't think I sent you the opponents, right?
No, I know it was Derek and I were talking about it. Auburn, Notre Dame, who else?
So they won at Notre Dame, and they had 3 home wins. Their first win of the season, they beat Auburn at home. They beat Duke at home, and they beat Maryland at home, and then they went to Notre Dame and won. I don't know though. I don't think Duke was a very good program back then. I know Maryland was, and I don't know how good Auburn was. I guess we'd have to really go back and dig this up. If this is that important to anybody, I don't know. But those are 4 different names of what they've played, is your point. Yes, correct. So, you know, beating Notre Dame on the road is not easy. No matter what year it is, you got the Catholics against you. So.
Absolutely.
John, have you looked at these matchups for West Virginia a little bit against Butler and Northwestern? What do you see as the biggest, like, as I'm looking at it, what are the biggest challenges that this team is going to face? Obviously, Lamont has tried to mix and match and figure out how to put guys in the best positions. He's toyed with different kind of lineups and different guys on the floor at different times. How do you see that kind of continuing to develop as you look at the matchup weaknesses that they're going to face, as you said, with teams that are going to be a little higher in that Ken Palm?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't dived into it too much just yet. You know, I know Butler's been scoring a ton of points. I mean, they haven't played the best of the best schedules either just yet. You know, they lost the other day to SMU, who is a pretty competent team, lost 87-85. But you know, in their kind of bye games that they were playing, all teams in the ranked in the 300s in the Ken Palm, they put up 88, 112, and 98 points. So they're obviously doing something from a scoring standpoint that is pretty darn good over that way. And then, you know, Northwestern haven't lost yet. You know, they've beaten DePaul. They beat Boston University, who I remember South Carolina losing to one time several years ago. But they haven't lost yet. They haven't lost yet, and they'll be tuned up and ready to go. They play Virginia in their opener of the Greenbrier. So definitely looking forward to getting up there and seeing what the Gamecocks have to do against these guys. I haven't dove too deep into these opponents just yet, but you know, I'll take a look at them here in the coming days.
Could have done without that note, John. Thank you. The Gamecocks will be the second game that Northwestern will play at the Greenbrier. How about this stretch in non-con for the Wildcats? Virginia and South Carolina in West by God, Virginia. Then they have Oklahoma State at Wisconsin and Ohio State. And then they got a few more games, and then they'll play in the Big Ten. That's a difficult non-conference slate there. So see what happens. Enjoy, man. You're gonna. I. That's a bucket list trip of mine now. I know Derek's playing the old white course tomorrow up at Greenbrier, and now that I've looked everything up there and the NFL training camp stuff, I really, really, really want to go to this place. So I hope Carolina will go back and play, and I'll make the trip next time. All right, Carolina football. So they did lose this past weekend, John. 31-30 was the final score in College Station. Want to make sure we get you filled in and caught up to speed here.
I was there. There were only 5 of us there. That's atypical. There's usually more of us, but there were only 5 of us. Anyway, go ahead.
We're not calling out the folks that didn't show up, are we?
No, that's all right.
Okay, so we'll make sure we'll send them a nasty gram on the internet. You noted just a little while ago that Coach Furry is going to meet with the media today. I'm just curious. I want to pick your brain a little bit. What do you want to ask him?
Well, I want to get his perspective on those 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 calls. Okay. I didn't like them. I mean, excuse me. I didn't hate them. I was fine with them. I would have rather Lenoris kept it on one of those 2 occasions at least, but I don't mind running up the middle. Your offensive line have been playing pretty good for most of the game, so why not? But whether you agree with something or disagree with something, it's great to hear the perspective on that. But we heard a little bit from Lenoris, and Shane after the game spoke a little bit in generalities, but I would love to hear a little bit more of the specifics on what exactly his plan was over the bye week and in preparations for Texas A&M in terms of just changes that he wanted to make, things he wanted to do differently. And Lenoris talked about wanting to get the ball out quicker and get the balls to get the ball to the playmakers a little bit more quickly and give those guys an opportunity to make plays, exploit some one-on-ones, and give their guys chances in one-on-one situations. And I'd love to get some of his perspective on that. And, those are a couple of the main things for sure, but there's certainly some other topics that will be broached that I'd love to hear about as well.
Yeah, based on your.
What would you like to hear about, Jamie?
Well, I got a bunch of things. I'd like to hear his opinion on Shane Beamer, trying to get the crowd fired up going into halftime. I'd like to know if he was the zebra and the Clayton White Shane Beamer match. There's all sorts of things I would ask. Okay, but since you brought it up on the 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, because I thought the difference. I thought that I don't know about the difference in the game, but I thought the momentum of the game changed on the back-to-back drives in which Marcel Reed converted the 4th and 12 with his legs. And then they went down to score, and then obviously South Carolina on that 4th down, not able to get it. Would they have ultimately scored? Well, who knows, John? But I know being stopped on 4th down really continued to shift the momentum back towards the Aggies. Here's my piece on that, and I hear what you're saying, and it's okay to agree to disagree in the world that we live in. I'm pretty sure it is. I didn't love the call, and the reason that I didn't love the call, and I'm not saying that it just had to be Lenoris Sellers running the football. That's a kind of a lazy narrative to me of, well, he just needs to run it. Well, maybe he does, but I would have rather seen a play that brought his legs into the play. Whether he ran it or not, the defense had to defend that. Does that make sense? Maybe he pitches it, maybe he throws it, maybe he does run it. I don't know. But the play that they ran, Texas A&M did not have to defend his legs. It was just tackle Matthew Fuller, and we'll turn this thing over. And that's what happened there. So if you do ask him that, I'll be very curious to hear what his response is, and I'll probably be wrong based on what I've been thinking for the last few days, I'm sure.
No, it's a great play call if it works. It's not if it doesn't. Just kind of the way it is. Very rarely do you hear anybody critical of a play call that works. And, you often hear folks who are critical of play calls if they don't. So, it just is what it is.
Well, I guess that's that. That squashes that bug, huh? I guess we'll just move on. What is? I
mean, it would have that play Texas A&M ran at the end of the game. That was a turnover. If that goes beautifully, that's a hell of a play design right there. That took them off guard on 4th down. But then you got a defender who goes and blows it up, and it was awful. So I mean, it's just the way it goes.
Okay, but let me ask you this. I want to argue with you a little bit. Let's have some fun back and forth here. Let's do some Beamer White stuff. Let's get in there and rough each other up a little bit. But I don't know that that's a play that they have run a lot on 3rd and 4th down. Texas, they got too cute. There's no question. That's to me, that's much more easily questioned. South Carolina has been running this play on 3rd and 4th down and not getting it for 10 weeks. Pretty consistently, and I don't know why they thought it was going to work again. Is that fair? Is that fair to look at it that way?
I mean, yeah, I think that probably is fair. I would probably counter with the fact that South Carolina in the first half and really the whole game was doing pretty well running the football. They were averaging 6 yards a carry. The offensive line was doing a pretty good job over the course of that game. And I don't know. I guess I take less issue than most with play calls in general because I don't have I just view it as I don't have all the same kind of information as others do. And then I look back at I forget which game it was, Alabama maybe, where they tried to get Matt Fuller out there on the edge on that 4th down play call, and he loses 2 or 3 yards and never even gets close to making that. So I don't know. I tend to feel like if your guys are going to go out there and execute, it should be pretty easy to go out there and get a yard. And a tight end didn't do his job, and here we are.
Rob, who won the fight, Clayton or Shane?
Well, to John's point, I don't want to give away too much if you're not a TBS subscriber, but if they did get into a fight, I think Shane Beamer would have been a little more beaten up than what he was. Well, am I quoting you correctly, John?
Yeah, no, that was a free story, so we can dive as deep into that as you want. But yeah, if there was a fight, like, no disrespect to Shane, but I'm putting my money on the guy who played linebacker in the NFL for a couple of years.
Shane says that if he needed to kick his butt a little more, he didn't get enough of it. So I mean, it's still up for debate, right? Like this is that one has to go down in some Gamecock lore. Put that one in a book. Put that one in a book somewhere, John, when you write it for us one day.
Yeah, that would be a great question there for Mike Furry. Is if he were picking a tag team partner on staff, who would he want to team up with?
Well, it's
Robertson.
Yeah, maybe, but I could make an argument for the guy that he's a partner with right now, which would be Sean Elliott.
Definitely, yeah. Especially if Sean wears his cowboy boots, that'd be dangerous. I feel like Travian is like who used to do the choke slam in wrestling? Is that the Undertaker?
Yeah.
So I feel like Travian would be that guy. He would just choke slam you and it's over. You know what I mean? Like I could see Sean wanting to do the people's elbow. Right? Like Sean, he gets fired up, man. He'll run from rope to rope and then do all that fancy stuff, then drop an elbow. Like I feel like Sean, that would be in his lane.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe Mike Furry doing the Shawn Michaels super kick.
No, I think Mike Fury would be Stone Cold Steve Austin. I think he'd be cracking beers somewhere off in the ring.
This just in: Jamie Bradford calls Mike Furry a drunk.
No, I said he's an entertainer, and Stone Cold Steve Austin. What was, I don't remember his move or whatever it was. But in all seriousness, John, what do you make of every move and every word that Shane Beamer makes or says being scrutinized? Do you feel like it's on par? Do you feel like it's deserved? Do you feel like it? What do you think about all this stuff?
That's just part of it when you're 3-7. I mean, you just have to deal with it. Like everybody was hanging on Shane Beamer's every word when they were winning and loving the culture talk and the I can't tell you. I mean, I'd have to go back and look, but when they first put up that video of Shane walking his players from the ops facility to the top of the stadium and talking about how the fans, make this walk every day to come up and sit up here and watch you guys and how important these people are. Like the comments from the fan base were just glowing about Shane and how he gets us here and all of this, all of these things. And, you flash forward a year later and it's the exact opposite. But that's part of the losing season. When you're 3-7 and folks are thinking you're going to be no worse than 7-3, then, you just have to deal with stuff like that. And, that's not the South Carolina fan base. That's every fan base. And I'm not speaking out against it, but when you say things that are a little bit unconventional, and Shane wears his emotions on his sleeve and has for every year that he's been here, and when things aren't going well, you get the backlash.
Hey, look, man, I understand. I'm with you, and we said it earlier. I understand all of it. I don't like the personal shots and things like that you'll see from time to time. I understand more than anything, like the questionable coaching decisions. The stuff that did anybody? I know he was asked on Sunday, but did anybody follow up with Shane about the timeout situation at the end of the first half? Because upstairs is supposed to be letting him know that ball is caught. You need to call a timeout here. And if Shane does call a timeout, but the ball was incomplete, then he wasted a timeout. So, I can understand the situation and how you could screw the situation up, but I would be curious as to what is in place to make sure that screw up doesn't happen.
Yeah, and he didn't really dive into it. It was certainly a screw up on their part, though. You lose 3, 4, 5 seconds there. And, that's the difference in being able to run another play. Now, whether you end up, I mean, you do it in some capacity for sure, but, taking a loss like you did on the play, I mean, that certainly doesn't help the situation, but I'm with you that the end of first half was screwed up, and they hopefully have gone back and analyzed it, and, we'll take something from it.
All right, can I squeeze one more quick one in here? Do you mind?
Sure.
Okay, I know you got to get to the facility, but we were talking to Preston yesterday, Preston Thorne, the great Preston Thorne. He'd be a good wrestler too, actually, now that I think about it. Got to figure out a tag team name for him in Langston. But we were talking to Preston yesterday about the loss of Pete Limbo, not from a special team standpoint. I'm not as far down that rabbit hole as a lot of people are. They think Joe D is terrible and all this stuff. I don't agree with any of that.
I don't either.
But I do think that Pete Limbo provided a shoulder in need, like a mature sidekick on the sideline, somebody in that very tight inner circle who've been around the block to be able to kind of lean on. And a lot of, every coach has a couple. John, you've been covering college athletics for a long time. It didn't matter if it was Coach Tanner or Coach Spurrier. Everybody's got somebody. Well, what do you think here? And it seemed to work out more times than not with a guy like Pete Limbo kind of on his hip pocket. He's gone. I felt like that's been a missing piece of this program. Shane Beamer in his 5th year as a head coach, not having a mature, been there, done that guy on his staff to help in some of these 50-50 type decisions. Would you agree with that? Would you disagree with that? Do you think that there's something like that is on this team and maybe I'm just not aware of it? Or do you think that's something that's missing from this program?
Yeah, I agree with you on Pete Limbo in general. I think in theory there are some guys who are in the program right now who have been head coaches before who, he should be able to lean on, if you want to put it that way. bounce things off of, if you want to put it that way, consult with, if you want to put it that way. I mean, Sean Elliott's been a head coach. Jeff Collins is over there. I mean, I feel like there should be some voices who he can talk to and trust. But, I think it certainly was a quality situation with Pete, a unique situation with Pete. I think that Limbo brought a whole bunch of qualities into the program beyond just being a great special teams coordinator that are really missed. And, you have to be able to replace all things. You have to replace players, but you have to replace coaches, and you have to replace what they bring to the table. And, there should be some people in there, but, I don't know if it's anywhere near what Pete was able to provide.
We'll let you run on that note. Go get to work, bud. We will talk next week. Just a heads up, this coming up holiday, Thanksgiving, we won't be on the air, just to make sure you know that. I know that you don't like us taking holidays off. We will.
No, I'm in favor of all holidays except for Labor Day.
Oh, so just Labor Day. Okay, got it.
Yeah, just the Monday after college football starts. Like, that seems like a great day to be on a show talking about football, but what do I know?
Not for me. You don't want to hear from me on Labor Day. I could tell you that.
Thanksgiving is certainly a day, and it is not just a meal. It's a hell of a meal, but it's more than just a hell of a meal. It's a day.
Well, we will ask you next week what you are thankful for, but I hope you know this without it needing to be Thanksgiving. We are not just we here on this program or at this network, but as in like the University of South Carolina and its fans, Gamecock country, if you will, are thankful for John Whittle. You do it better than anybody else does, and we're always glad to have you, brother.
Well, I'm thankful for all the Gamecocks too, and I'm thankful to be on this show each week. Well, most every week when you're not taking off.
Okay, you got it. Thanks, John.
Appreciate you guys. I'll see y'all later.
See you, buddy. There you go. The great John Whittle. Look, man, when things aren't good, you got to find reasons to laugh. And if it means that we've got to figure out who the staff reminds us of in the wrestling world, then we need to call Stuart Lake and get him on the line. Lake could come up with everybody's doppelganger. Lake's flying to Vegas, though, for the Browns and Raiders game this weekend, so we'll have to wait on that.
I'm all in favor of finding things to laugh about as much as we can. We try to do that on Sunday nights, too, because it's just so crazy out there, and we can have real conversations for 45 minutes, and then we kind of turn off the seriousness and get into as much of the laughter as we can. I mean, we had people last week saying that Kalen DeBoer was Mike Shula 2.0 at Alabama. We had the craziest one was on the boards was from Ole Miss. Let's go ahead and fire Kiffin before he leaves, so we can just get ahead of it, not give him the opportunity to make the choice on his own. So no, I'm serious. No, seriously. So like I said, I'm all for a good laugh because it's a little crazy out there.
There's the reality. That's this lane here. And then there's whatever the rest of this is. All right, we got to go. Electric Bikes of Charleston powers our programming on electricbikescharleston.com. Hi, Michelle. If you're watching in the store today, Electric Bikes of Charleston is going to make a lot of holiday dreams come true this year. And if you are visiting the Lowcountry next week or something like that for Thanksgiving, and you want to pick up something special for somebody in your family, go see them on Highway 17 in Mount Pleasant, right there in front of Lowe's. Folks come from all over the Palmetto State to shop with Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com. When we return, we've got a little drive around the SEC today. And then what are those guys' names coming? Phil and JC. Phil Mullinax and JC Sherbert, I believe. They will be in next here on Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show.
Food tastes better without the shells. Get the shell out of here. Visit GameDayNuts.net and change your boiled peanut experience forever.
Gamecock Traditions ships to your doorstep, and we're here to help make your gift-giving experience easier and affordable. Shop the widest selection of Gamecock apparel and gift ideas at Gamecock Traditions. Youth, women's, and men's apparel fully in stock. Jewelry, kitchenware, tailgate gear, and so much more. Shop and ship today. Happy holidays from Gamecock Traditions.
Introducing this year's Carolina Jackpot $5 scratch-off ticket, featuring a chance to win up to $200,000. You can even enter your tickets into the Second Chance promotion. Step on the court for a chance to win $50, $75, or $100,000. This Palmetto Series lets show who really runs this state.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution before the guests arrive this holiday season. Our one-day dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Give us a call in South Carolina 803-397-1365 or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks and happy holidays.
Why choose Game Day nuts?
They're so easy to eat.
Don't have to throw the shells away.
Easy for travel. It's like grab and go.
Delicious.
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 They are delicious.
Never miss a touchdown fumbling with your nuts. Visit GameDayNuts.net. Boiled peanuts. No shells.
Hey Gamecock fans, happy holidays from all of us here at the Barn Dominium Company. Many of you will be spending your holidays in one of our beautifully built Barn Dominium homes. Thank you for letting us make your dreams come true. We hope you find peace, joy, and love during the most wonderful time of the year.
This is a breaking news event. We now have boiled peanuts without the shells.
Sorry, Alex. Did you say boiled peanuts without the shells?
Yes, boiled peanuts. No shells. Go to GameDayNuts.net and order them for Game Day.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cars while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
You bet.
At Moultrie Insurance, our agents are working for you. Our commercial lines of coverage are well-sourced and intimately chosen. We offer commercial lines of coverage such as business owners, umbrella, property, auto, or general liability coverage, and evaluate every option to find what fits you best. Like a good offensive coordinator, we will draw up the plays, but only run with what you feel comfortable. Get in touch with our quarterback, Perry Orth, or our head coach, Frank, by visiting MoultrieINS.com. MoultrieINS.com. Moultrie Insurance, proud supporters of the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Are you ready? The 9th annual Toys for Tots Christmas Show with Patrick Davis and special guests is Black Friday night, November 28th. The night before the Carolina-Clemson game at the Senate in Columbia. Get your tickets now at PatrickDavisMusic.com or on the Chief Sports app and get ready to party. Go Gamecocks.
I'll be a South Carolina Gamecock.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
It's now time to take a drive around the SEC, presented by JT's Kia across South Carolina, the home of JT's Advantage Package, featuring tire rotations, oil changes, and more. Make your next road trip in an ever-reliable JT's Kia, and don't forget to check our used inventory as well. Let's drive.
All right, it is 11:43. Welcome back to the morning show, built by the Barn Dominium Co., brought to you by Game Day Nuts. Man, they are so good. The Cajun Nuts. And, of course, presented by our friends Resto Pros. Man, thank God for those people. When you have an emergency, it's like, what do I do? What do I do? Call Jeff's team. Well, they will save the day. All right, Rob. How about this on our JT's Kia drive around the SEC? So there are 6 teams that have already hit the over on their regular season win totals out of the league. Can you name those 6?
Texas A&M.
Yep.
Vanderbilt.
Yep.
Tennessee.
No.
Oklahoma.
Yes.
Missouri.
No.
Wow.
Missouri's
it was 7.5.
Oh, it was 7.5. Yeah, they're at 7.
Okay. Kentucky. What is that? 4? So I've got 2 more.
Yeah, you said Kentucky. You said Vanderbilt, right?
Yep.
You said A&M.
Correct.
Who was the 4th one? You said Ole Miss.
I didn't say Ole Miss. Thanks for giving that one to me.
I mean, you said Oklahoma.
Yeah, I did say Oklahoma.
Okay. So now Ole Miss. You got one more.
Man,
come on. This should be easy.
Mississippi State.
Yeah, Mississippi State. Mississippi State is at plus 1.5.
I was higher on Mississippi State in the offseason. I forget that it was that low.
I was too. Kentucky is
well done, Phil. I saw you get it before we got it.
Vanderbilt plus 2.5. Oklahoma's plus 1.5. A&M's plus 2.5. A&M was 7.5. And Ole Miss is plus 1.5. All the teams now.
Yep.
How many? 10 could hit the over. 6 won't hit it. 10 could hit the over. Georgia's a half a game off. They're at 9-1.
Missouri, we already said half a game off.
Yeah, Missouri. Tennessee is 1.5 off. Tennessee's at 7 wins. Their total was 8.5. They'll have to win their last 2.
Wow.
To get there. And Alabama.
Okay.
Alabama is at 8-2, so they're gonna have to win the final 2 games, and they'll be 10-2. Now,
our claim to fame this year is going to be that Craig and I both had Ole Miss at 11-1, and then Atlanta in April. That's going to be that's where we're staking. That's where we're putting our flag in on SEC Sunday night. Last year, I called that Dan Lanning was going to win the Big Ten in his first year there. This year, our one big win. We talk a lot about I was wrong. That's our favorite segment, and we do it every week. But that'll be our one big win for the year if Lane can finish it out. But that's a pretty big if at this point.
Yeah. Well, so Lane was on the McAfee show.
He was.
Now, that was pre-recorded.
Yep.
My understanding of that was pre-recorded.
Yep.
And Lane said it was garbage that he was given a deadline.
Yep.
When asked about the reporting. But our understanding is that Keith Carter has said he got till November 28th to sign this deal or don't sign the deal.
You know, the whole time this has been going on, I've said over and over and over, he's not leaving. I don't think he's leaving. I think he's trolling. I don't think he's leaving. Florida fans are delusional. I don't think he's going anywhere. The McAfee interview, JB, gave me the first pause where I went, I think he might be gone. And simply because he harped too much for me on living in the moment. And there was a difference in his tone based on what we've seen throughout the rest of the year. And the emphasis on let's just stay here in this moment, let's go win the games that are in front of us, is very much putting off an off-season decision. We had Ms. Evie Van Pelt, the owner of the Rebel Walk, on with us, and her husband David Walker on Sunday night, and she said she didn't think he was leaving. And then we got information later that night after the show was over that she may in fact have been wrong about that. So, and then obviously Monday morning, everything is out there about Knox being in Gainesville and Baton Rouge and everywhere else. So I don't really know what to think at this point. I think he does a great job of playing the game. Will it be a distraction for the Rebels is the biggest question for me.
Well, we're going to find out.
We sure
are.
But
but we won't find out this weekend. Ole Miss and Mississippi State are both off as they prepare for next week's Egg Bowl. The rest of the lines pertaining to those over-unders we just gave you, the Gamecocks are 23.5-point favorites over Coastal Carolina on that 4:15 SEC in that 4:15 SEC network kickoff on Saturday. A&M and Samford don't have a line just yet. It'll be out probably right before the game on some sites. Charlotte is at Georgia. This is that dreaded week before the week in a lot of leagues. This is the week that will propel so many people next Tuesday during the college football playoff rankings to make fun of the SEC again. They wait on this week. They get them in like week 1 and week 2, and then they have to shut up for 10 weeks because the SEC is eating itself alive against big-time opponents. And then they have the 1 week where most teams play somebody out of the conference that they should beat the crap out of, and then everybody pounces again. This is clockwork. It's coming next week. Everybody prepare yourselves and ignore it. With that said, Georgia's a 43.5-point favorite over the 49ers of Charlotte.
Yep.
Eastern Illinois trivia question. The first ever opponent of one Shane Beamer at South Carolina. They will head to Tuscaloosa this weekend. Mercer is at Auburn. Hey, yo.
Watch out.
Be careful, Auburn.
Watch out.
Be careful.
And they're sitting their quarterback.
Be careful. Missouri. Mercer is 9-1.
Right.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Kentucky at Vanderbilt this weekend. Vanderbilt's a 9.5-point favorite in the game, and I don't know if I like that.
I don't either.
Kentucky.
I don't like it one bit.
No, Kentucky's won 3 in a row. I thought they needed to be careful last week against Tennessee Tech. Remember, we had this conversation in the middle of the week last week, didn't we? I said, hey, look, we could see one of two things this weekend. Kentucky goes, nobody thought we'd go to the postseason. Wait a second here. We got a postseason berth on deck, and they steamroll Tennessee Tech, or they fall asleep at the wheel because you got Vanderbilt and Louisville both on the road to finish the season, and it's like, oh, man, maybe we should pick it up here and try to win this game. Well, it was the latter. Kentucky was having no part of that. They're winners of 3 straight, including going to Auburn and winning that ball game and beating Florida again. Mark Stoops.
And they have Louisville's number. It really doesn't matter, even though Louisville has been better this year. We've seen this under Stoops. Like, even when Louisville is good and Kentucky's kind of they can go in there and punch them in the mouth. So
yeah,
I wouldn't write that one off yet. If they beat Vanderbilt and go 7-5, isn't that going to be crazy?
It'd be something. Western Kentucky, another line I don't love. LSU's a 22.5-point favorite at home. Western Kentucky can score. LSU has had issues with scoring. Now, Western Kentucky hasn't seen a defense like LSU either. By the way, for what it's worth, as wonky as it's all been down in Baton Rouge, they can finish the year with 8 wins and win a bowl game and have 9 wins. And everybody's like, oh, that's not our standard, but wasn't that bad. They'll win the game, in my opinion. All right, now let's get to the more serious ball games this weekend. The game that I think a lot of people coming into the season thought would be the highlight of this second to last weekend in the regular season. Tennessee is at Florida, 7:30 kick on ABC. The Gators are not going to the postseason. Tennessee is. Tennessee wants to think that they still have a chance at the CFP, but they don't. The Vols are 4.5-point favorites on the road against the Gators, who, look, I thought that they actually played a lot better than I thought they would against Ole Miss last week, but they're still losers of 3 straight. They don't have anything to play for other than pride, and I don't know how much pride they have down there, Rob.
Yeah, I don't either. I expect Tennessee to win this game, and really what Tennessee is playing for is the top SEC spot, and that's not in a bowl game, that's not in the college football playoff at this point. I think they're right squarely in that conversation, and maybe you're going to get in an argument with Texas, but I don't know that I love Texas's schedule either. And maybe Vanderbilt, if they lose, those are going to be kind of your 3-loss group there, unless, I'm sure we're about to get to this, Missouri pulls it off against Oklahoma.
Yeah, we're going to get to that in just a second. Arkansas is at Texas, 3:30 kick on ABC. Arkansas is 2-8, 0-6 in the lead, but they're only 8.5-point dogs on the road in Austin this weekend.
I'd be careful there too.
Yeah, someone pointed out to me this past weekend, that's the difference in the SEC. Like, South Carolina's at the bottom of the league, and they're up 27 points. They lost the game, but they're up 27 points on the road against the best team in the league. Arkansas this week is an 8.5-point dog against Texas. You don't see those points in Austin.
Yeah.
You don't see those point discrepancies in any other league like that. No. You just don't. It only happens in the SEC. And then Missouri and Oklahoma, Sooners 7.5 points better per the betting lines. Noon kick, ABC in Norman on Saturday afternoon. If I asked the question, if I said, hey, Rob, in our neck of the woods here, like the state of South Carolina and surrounding parts, what SEC story is flying under the radar? What would your response be?
Oh. In our neck of the woods, what's flying under the radar?
Well, I asked it, but I just mentioned this game.
Yeah.
And I did that for a reason. Mine would be Oklahoma. I mean,
I think that there's a Brent Venables tie over here that people pay attention to, and it is Oklahoma.
They just got back from back-to-back road trips in Knoxville and Tuscaloosa with wins.
Mm-hmm. Now, Missouri can derail it here. Bo Perbula theoretically coming back. Is that a good thing for Missouri, or is that a bad thing for Missouri? I'm unsure. We had Maggie Johnson, who hosts Mizzou That's Who on the Kansas City or the KC Sports Network. She's very tuned in with what's going on in Como. The week after Perbula went out, and she was high on Zollers and said that she thought ultimately that he would be the quarterback of the future. I think unless they go get someone in the portal. And she actually predicted that Perbula is going to leave again and hit the portal for a third stop. So I don't know how much good that does them. Does it bring a little bit of hope, hype, excitement for the Tigers, who are gonna be just below where they set their expectations now with already 3 losses? Do they end up with 4 against the Sooners? And what's going on with Eli Drinkwitz? Is he staying? Is he going? He's obviously in the top tier of candidates, I would think, and he would be for me at some of these openings. Craig mentioned him at Florida over a year ago. He has since shifted and pegged him for Auburn. We'll see how that works out. But there's just a lot of those storylines that are swirling in the background in this one. But Oklahoma now sits as a key representative for the SEC, getting the 5 teams into the college football playoff. And if things fall completely in the SEC's favor and Vanderbilt could squeeze in too, then they would need the Sooners to stay in to make it an unprecedented half of the field. So this one's interesting to me. It's like you said, Oklahoma 7.5-point favorites at home. How much fire does Missouri have? Can they run the ball is the question against this Brent Venables defense. That'll be the story.
If Oklahoma finishes the season with this slew of wins, that ain't a team I'd want to see in the playoffs.
No.
All right. Couple quick basketball things here, and then we'll wrap up this drive around the SEC. Big game tonight. Fox Sports 1, 9 o'clock. 11th ranked Alabama is playing 8th ranked Illinois in the United Center in Chicago. The Illini are 3.5-point favorites in that game. A little bit of an under the radar, but big SEC game tomorrow night. Kansas State and Mississippi State and the Hall of Fame Classic at the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City, Missouri. And then obviously, as we talked about earlier today, you got South Carolina taking on Butler in the Greenbrier at 2 o'clock on Friday. That's one of the bigger SEC games over the next couple of days, along with Georgia, who, by the way, is 5-0.
Yeah.
They got Xavier on Friday night on ESPN2 here in Charleston as part of the Shriners Children's Charleston Classic for like the 11th straight year. We used to have sweet tickets on stuff. It's a great event. So if you're in the Low Country and you want to watch hoops, that's a great event to go watch it this weekend. So no SEC basketball on Saturday with football being played as we know, and then some of these tournaments and stuff will determine when they play on Sunday. And that concludes our JT's Kia drive around the SEC.
Yeah.
The South Carolina Education Lottery, their $5 Carolina jackpot scratch-offs are on sale. Man, what if you win that thing right before the holidays? Or what if those are stocking stuffers for your family during the holidays? My mom has long done that. She takes the lottery tickets and puts them in your stocking. We've won a couple bucks a couple of times, but nowhere near like $200,000. So you could give somebody a $200,000 Christmas present in their stocking if you get lucky. But you can't get lucky unless you buy one. $5 Carolina jackpot scratch-offs on sale. Enter those into the Players Club app, and you'll have a chance to win $100,000 at a women's basketball game this holiday season. See sceducationlottery.com for game odds and details.
You can honestly go down the list of partners here and stuff your stockings pretty well, right?
Yep.
You can fold up something from the sideline collection, which is still open. I already bought mine. I got a couple of new items ready for this weekend and next weekend from Gamecock Traditions. Obviously, Game Day Nuts would fit beautifully in that stocking. So a lot of options. You just mentioned it. Get your scratch offs. Just fill it up from ITG to your fireplace, your hearth, wherever you're hanging your stockings
and our apparel.
Absolutely. Forgot how much. What's the timing on that, JB?
Well, we might extend it. We might not. Today's the last day to. We're not keeping the store open year round.
Yeah.
Today's the last day to do it, but we might extend it. I haven't decided yet. I got about 12 hours to figure out if I want to do that or not. With my bedtime being around 9, more like 9 hours. Let's say that.
I want to make sure we get you tucked in nice and early so that you're up and at them each day. You got a big day of sweet tea turkey brine to talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, we got a full boat tomorrow, man. We've got Hale tomorrow. We have Perry tomorrow. We have I'm really excited about this. I'm telling you, I am personally endorsing it, and we'll keep plenty of this stocked in our home. So we'll have that going on tomorrow. We've got a big announcement from with our high school section of the network tomorrow. Justin and Steve will be here, and a very special guest. And we're trying to figure out where to put Patrick Davis and all that as well, so we can give away tickets to his show, which you need to pull up the Chief Sports app and enter your information to win in. And if you can't figure out how to do that, then maybe call Helen Keller, because we've made it about as easy as we possibly can. Even she could figure it out. Good afternoon, JC. Good afternoon, Mad Dog.
There's a Helen Keller wrestling video on Instagram that's awesome. She jumps off the top rope and misses it. Jumps out of the arena. And they got the commenter, Helen Keller from the top rope. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is she? Oh.
So to tie it all together, JB, which football staff member would be Helen Keller as a wrestler? I'll pose that to the audience. I won't put you on the spot to answer that, but since you've been naming wrestling names for all of the staff members, JC, in case you missed it, I think that
I did.
Furry is Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Travian Robertson's the Undertaker. We've just been trying to assign guys this morning.
Yeah,
that's a good one on Travian. He's got some Undertaker.
I feel like he's the guy. I feel like Travian's the guy who's going to keep it simple. Like he's just the choke slam guy. You know what I mean? Like one hand, one grip. I've had enough of this.
Okay, I have to call it out because it's Wide Open Wednesday in the Nana Sports chat box, and Big Slamma Jamma says that Helen Keller would be John Cena because you can't see me, and I just can't leave that sitting over there without acknowledging it.
That's a good one.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. What else did we have earlier? We had Sean down as the Rock, because I feel like Elliott is the guy who would run from rope to rope before he dropped the people's elbow on you. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
Sean,
kind of all over the place.
Yeah, Sean,
just crazy energy.
Sean would go back and forth, rope to rope, before kicking his boots up and then dropping an elbow on you.
Is Coach Day the Macho Man?
Ooh. I don't know. You know,
because my frame of reference on this is a lot older, apparently, than y'all's. Because some of these names I only either know because they've entered into pop culture in other ways outside of wrestling rings.
Yeah, like Luke is energetic as he is in all the videos. He's actually like a very soft-spoken guy. Matter of fact, not to get too far off here, have y'all watched the new Netflix documentary on Eddie Murphy?
I started it at
but I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I started it at the wrong time. I tried to start it after the game, so I need to get back into it and figure it out.
Yeah, man, I was really surprised to know that Eddie Murphy is so like shy and quiet, you know, with all of his stand-up. I mean, he at one point in time, as we all know, was the golden, like the golden goose for stand-up. I mean, all these guys that came after him wanted to be Eddie Murphy. And but behind the scenes, like, I mean, he was telling stories about like hanging out with, you know, Robin Williams and Bill Murray and those guys, and they're all doing a bunch of cocaine, and he's like, I didn't even smoke a joint till I was 30. He didn't drink, he didn't do drugs. Like, he was just very, I want to be the funniest guy I can be. And, you know, he's still very much like that. He kind of lives in the shadows. I'm a huge Eddie Murphy fan, but I thought he would be much more boisterous, and he's not at all. Crazy.
Well, now I want to watch it.
It's very good.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't miss it. That would be. I mean, what I saw was great.
Yeah, it's very good.
In the right headspace.
Yeah, it's very good. Very good. Really.
So, who's Beamer? Kurt Angle?
We got 2 votes for Rey Mysterio in the chat box.
That's right. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, give him the luchador mask.
Okay.
What about Shawn Michaels for Shane?
I don't know.
Without the long hair.
I don't know. Maybe gonna make me find a box of action figures.
Jake the Snake.
Who was in the Rock and Roll Express? Who was that? Was that the Rock? Was there ever a Rock and Roll?
It was a Rock and Roll Express. Yeah, that was
back in the day.
Tag team.
WCW. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ole and Arn Anderson.
That's right.
I don't know.
Steiner Brothers.
I could go on. The Steiner Brothers. Does Derek Scott, Tony Schiavone?
Yes.
Why you gotta bring Derek into this?
Because I wanted to bring up. Hey, that's a compliment, man. I think I've told Derek Scott. I think Derek and I have talked about in one of those segments Tony Schiavone at some point. Anyway.
Hey, not to be overlooked, Meredith has given out discounts to listeners over there in the chat box as well. If anybody needs to work on their golf game,
10% off.
Meredith, I owe Meredith. Well, she'll get it. We've got a plan, Mer. Yes, Meredith is offering some special stuff this holiday season. You'll hear from her soon. Yeah. If the season wasn't where it is, I could 100% see this group like reenacting this in the off season, but that'd be a really bad look with the way that things have gone this year. Kind of like, remember a few years ago when they did the everywhere you love.
Oh,
Remember
yeah, the Full House,
the Full House thing. Like that was pretty.
And the scene from The Office with racing on the street was one of the best things they've done too.
Yeah.
Todd Ellis is Mean Gene Okerlund.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That's a good one.
You bring Muschamp back, he's got to be somebody. He's got to be a heel, right?
Oh, Will, yeah.
He looks like a wrestler.
That would be so perfect too. It would be great.
There's no difference.
Yeah, that pissed off, sweaty version of him with
Dude,
hairs
that
all
guy.
over the place.
That's Coach Muschamp's next career arc, or at least it should be.
Yes.
I think Coach Muschamp is enjoying his money and not coaching.
You know,
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him. Right? Yeah, I don't
not?
blame him.
Blame one, Never mind.
I
I'm
don't
not.
blame him at all.
I don't blame one bit. You would never see me around a football field again if I was Will Muschamp, other than to watch my kids play. That'd be it.
Oh, but poor
Snuck
Dave
into my
Dorn.
dock on Lake Murray fishing.
Poor Dave Dorn snapped at a reporter the other day because the reporter was out of line. He shouldn't have, or she, I don't know who it was, started talking about how he shared a birthday with family members. And he's like, this is my job. I'm like, yeah, and you're just a little above average at it. And look how much money you make, sir. And you don't have to, you can go 7-5 every year and they keep you. So this reporter probably makes $13,000 a year. Stop punching down, coaches. I know sometimes people in the media get on your nerves. They get on my nerves, but just be better. Stop. Let me punch. I'll punch down.
I'll punch down.
I'll punch down.
JC, I am assuming you are going to go over the latest 24/7 rankings.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Right out the gate.
I haven't seen him. No, I had some stuff. I had to go get a real ID today just in case I do get to get on the plane next week. So I had to go to the DMV.
I love how they call them real IDs. A real ID.
The one in my wallet's
like
fake.
when we were younger, we all use fake
mine's fake,
we all use
yeah.
fake IDs. That's a real one there. Yeah, you're right. It is.
Yeah.
All right. I got to get out of here and I got to go get an avocado.
Yep, same here. I've got some
folks have
soup,
fun, Rob.
avocado in it, so I'll be right there along with you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks to John Whittle. We had a full show tomorrow, so we will be cutting time right on it to get through all of it. Have a wonderful Wednesday, gentlemen.
Absolutely. See you, boys.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Lizzo and warm to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McSheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecock, the show built by the Barndo Co. here on a wide open Wednesday. Hop on into the YouTube chat box, of course, on Wednesdays, and you can sound off without being a Club Chief member. We'd love to join from YouTube as a Club Chief member, but if not, it's only $4.99 a month. If you don't do that, then please like and subscribe. That is free, doesn't cost you a thing, and helps us out a bunch. But as of always, we are live from the mountains to the sea in South Carolina, coast to coast, nationwide, and all across the world via the interwebs. I am Phil Mullinax, cutting through the orange fog up here in the upstate. He is JC Sherbert, my co-host, and always from points unknown, and as we just found out on the morning show, with a real ID and not a fake one after all these years, JC. I never needed a fake ID. I never had one.
I had a conversation about fake IDs earlier today. I had one that said Scottish Heritage Society.
Nice. Get away with that.
Yeah.
I just showed up everywhere with, my wife and all our friends, and that always worked.
Yeah. No doubt. Sorry, I made the mistake of responding to my Big Spur
oh Lord
thread I just put up. There's a couple of people in there just don't get it, man. It's like they're so, I don't know. Like I laid it all out on coffee today. I'm not going to go back and repeat myself because two different shows. But basically, those of you out there that are on team fire the coach right now, or well, actually, the team fire the coach after Texas A&M. Those folks are kind of, I get it. I understand you're upset. You want to scalp, as Mike Morgan says. Mid-season, you want to fire the head coach? Great, but 2 weeks is doing nothing for you. I mean, it's going to throw your program into chaos, and probably all that does is let agents and everybody else get their hooks into your players. They're not going to be focused. They all came here to play for Shane Beamer. I mean, you don't. There's no pulling of the Band-Aid right now, Phil, as far as that goes.
No.
So the right now fired people, no. But As far as the end of the season goes, I'll continue to just say this. It can always get worse. And it can get better.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't
regardless
have to
of
be worse. Right.
how much 1-7 in the SEC sucks. You beat Coastal and Clemson, go out on a high note, retain players. There's all these ifs. I went through those today on Coffee. But I'm going to say this again, and my dog is fired up, Bobby, and I don't understand why. He decides to bark whenever I get on he used to be really good. But listen, to say that you want a coaching change means, and this goes for Jeremiah Donati and Amaridis and everybody else, means it is broken beyond all repair under the current head coach. Not, he had a bad record and deserves to be fired. That's punitive. You don't do punitive. You make an assessment. It's what I like to see some of these guys that have bad seasons have their salaries cut. Maybe give them a little bit back if they make progress the next year. Absolutely. Sam Pittman kind of did that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's a different conversation. But to say that you've got to be willing to accept this, that it's getting blown up and you're starting over in many ways, because a lot of these guys came to South Carolina because they want to play for Shane Beamer. I'm not saying 100% of the roster will walk out the door. There's no coach out there that's going to sit there and retain these. I mean, most of these guys that are really good have financial offers behind the scenes to go elsewhere in a heartbeat. If that's the answer, though, Phil, then that's fine. That's not a crazy illogical answer for it, right?
Right.
But if you think that you'd rather not blow it all up, that new coordinator hire would work, and returning the players, getting players back, having a good portal deal, having a new direction on offense, all of those are hypotheticals, and all of those could go in a number of directions. It's a gamble that way as well. So you're looking at two gambles. You're looking at a lot of ifs on one side, but a little more known, and then you're looking at complete unknown, because we're living in a world where the entire college football universe thought Hugh Freeze was going to go back to Auburn and lead them back to being Auburn. Here we are. He's fired. A lot of Gamecock fans that did not want Beamer wanted Billy Napier, and we saw how that went. I'll talk about bad offense. And so when you look at it like that, and my passion on this, my passionate opinion on this, Phil, is not to convince anybody either way. I'm just saying, if you're on one side or the other, you have to think it through and own it.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're saying. Because here's what's not going to happen. You're not returning all this talent next year. Hypothetically, could a new coach come in, hit the jackpot in the portal, and be competitive? Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you're not, most of these good players you've got right now that are actually good, that have had coaches fail them this year, they're gone. Out the door. Gone. The chances are very thin. You're going to give up all the recruiting relationships from the high school level, and that's still going pretty well.
Right. You're going to have to rebuild
You have to rebuild that. And we know that
takes
takes a long time. It takes a little while.
Yeah.
So you can expect to lose most of the 2027 talent in the state to Georgia, Clemson, North Carolina, Florida State, wherever. You can expect to do that. Again, sometimes that's necessary, Phil.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes you got to say all that stuff's great, but we got to move.
But yeah, the issues are bigger than those factors, right? And maybe they are. Who's to say? I mean,
you got to say, hey, we're willing to blow it all up and start over.
Yeah.
And somebody in the chat box, I said, you got to win consistently in this league. Yeah, how where's that got in some of these schools? Florida misses on Lane Kiffin. It's going to be the same. I mean, I love Eli. I think Eli Drinkwitz is a good coach. Nobody can win there. They just keep changing coaches. I mean, it's just, maybe you hire your Josh Heupel, though. Like Tennessee, that was a surprise. We're in a world where either decision is a crapshoot and a gamble. Because you're not getting Urban Meyer's not coaching at South Carolina. I hope there's not something deep in his heart that draws him to the job if a change is made. Now, look like somebody records that and it makes stupid, but there's nobody out there like Spurrier and Holtz. Hell, there's only one Lane Kiffin. Right?
And everybody's
that's
fighting
it.
over that.
Yeah, that's it. And so I soundly reject this notion. I heard some guy that didn't know anything the other day, talking about how Arkansas and Stanford and UCLA were ahead of Carolina in the pecking order. That's not true. Coaches know what's going on here. They see it on TV. They see the atmosphere. They see the players he's been able to attract. It's not ahead of Auburn, LSU, Florida, but that doesn't really matter because those schools, the reason they're making coaching changes is because they don't make good hires. So who cares who they hire, right? But there's the pool that the Carolina, would be swimming in. It's guys like Sonny Dykes. Guys like Scott Satterfield at Cincinnati. If Bob Chesney didn't take the UCLA job, which people think is going to happen, guy James Madison. There's other guys I like better than those. I don't think you need a sitting Power 4 head coach. I like the guy. For me, I'd take a chance on the guy at North Texas or the guy at South Florida, Alex Golesh, Eric Morris, somebody like that. But you're not going and swiping Brent Key away from Georgia Tech or, Jeff Brom from Louisville. I mean, you're not doing that. And it's not anything to do with South Carolina. It's just how college football is these days. So that in and of itself is a crapshoot. I don't think taking that type of gamble is the wrong move, but all of you that want that, and Donati and Amaritas and the Board of Trustees and everybody, that's what they have to arrive at, Phil, is that, as of right, if it's right now, if you're making that decision right now, which they're not, because it can always get worse. I mean, losing to Coastal and Clemson or splitting those games, it could change the calculus a bit because those are games Carolina should win. You're out of the SEC. You're not playing top 12 teams anymore.
Right.
So you're kind of running out of the thing where you point to the schedule and go, that was murderer's row. And it actually was this year. That doesn't excuse coaching errors that messed up chances of victory. That doesn't excuse the fact that you had the two of the top 10 teams in the SEC and what likely will be the SEC championship matchup, A&M and Alabama, on the ropes and should have 2 victories in the last 3 games against 2 of the top teams in the country. And it just got screwed up. Exactly. That doesn't change the fact that, you probably should have made a move at offensive coordinator a long time ago. And it's a head coach's job to see that, But again, this is not punitive. It's not a punishing decision. We know all that. We know it was screwed up. But you can't just say, I'm going to punish this person. So, because what you're doing, it's not punishing him. He's going to walk, the coach is walking away a multimillionaire. His family never has to work. What's the punishment? Pride? Who cares?
Right. Yeah.
There's
going to be plenty of G5 jobs opening up that I'm sure that they would take a SEC head coach reach red, right? Because that's what you're creating at that point. You're creating a former SEC head coach with 5 years experience, and that looks very good to G5 teams.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's not punishing anybody. There's no punishment. What you want to avoid though is punishing yourself. Your program that you care about, that we all love. This is not a stand on the table defense of Shane Beamer. I can't defend what's happened this year.
No.
I can't really even defend the constant talk about practice that he said he doesn't care about, and those are his words. I don't care, but people don't want to hear this, but I don't care. And he says, I don't care that people don't think we're close. If you look at the scores of the games they were, the counter to that is, well, you should have won more because your offense was a dog crap idea to begin with. You took a guy people were thinking would be the top pick in the draft, and he's clearly regressed at the most important position on the field. This is year 5 of these so-so OC hires that you spend half the year talking about how the players are going to finally get it and learn it, and it's tough to learn and all that, tough to get down. Under Loggins, it's probably more just Lenoris being a first year starter. And I'll agree that the logic to promote Mike Shula was one thing, but then you have to make sure he's not screwing it up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why that didn't happen. I mean, look at how the offensive line played Saturday, Phil, with shortened play calls. There's not a coach in the country that coaches in college that goes, man, I need 21 word play calls. That's a little extreme. So I'm not defending any of that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of folks out there that believe the answer to everything. I mean, look, there's a new AD. He does things he's a different background. You probably have a search firm by and large deciding,
Yeah, he's going to lean on
good.
other people to make the decision, right?
Yeah,
And-
maybe
and
that's
ultimately
good. Maybe it's
his.
not. Be an interview or whatever. And, Jimmy Sexton and Trace Armstrong will definitely be involved just like every other opening.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And look, I'm not saying it wouldn't work out. You may pull the plug and the best coach in the history of the school comes in and wins and wins and wins and wins, Phil. You don't know. And there's not, I've said for years, we all got to get over this guy that's done something big someplace else on the back end of his career coming in. And, there's only one Steve Spurrier, right?
Right. Yeah.
And like I said, if Urban Meyer wanted to come coach here, sign it up, but that's not his MO. He didn't even take his dream job, Notre Dame, because he didn't think he could get enough players there to win it all, but knew he could at Florida. That's how he thinks.
Yeah, Urban's not really a big rebuild guy. It's like we want to have a higher pedestal there. Makes it.
You're right. He stepped into situations like 8-4 Florida with Zucker leaving a lot of good players.
Right. Yeah.
Or Ohio State where Tressel had it rolling and he just takes over after the interim year under Luke Fickell. But
yeah, and you're the only game in town up there.
Yeah. So I'm just that's just just to let everybody know that's the dilemma when you're talking about this situation. I said on coffee too, Phil, and I said I wasn't going to repeat it, but I want this audience to know. Then we'll get to the Nana Sports chat box. Maybe take break about 12:40.
I can hit it. Yeah, well, about 40
About
sounds good to me.
12:40 sounds good to me. Get on there about $40.
$40.
So anyway, on coffee. I said this on coffee. I'm not there yet as far as the change. Like right now, I'm looking at it and I'm going, because it is a fascinating debate, because coaching it and everything, you need players. And I believe Carolina's got some good ones. That said, I'm kind of into the personnel. Just my career, talent, recruiting, roster building. I love that stuff. So I'm a geek.
Yeah.
Not all of you may, a lot of you may not be talent geeks, and that's fine too. There's no wrong answer. Even the people that, except for, hey, you should have fired him Monday. That would have been bad. But if you won't change, you won't change. Just be prepared to know, what you're saying when you want that. And at the same time, if you're not change, if you're anti-change, be prepared to know that what you're saying is there's a lot of ifs, and this is a gamble too. South Carolina's in a bit of a pickle.
Right. Yeah. There is no clear path.
There's no clear path.
There is no clear path. There's risk on either side.
Yeah. So, and you're never going to make a move in college sports risk-free. Florida knows that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Like that. I think down there they will have a new AD if they don't land Lane Kiffin, the Bull Gators. Yeah, because they want some scalps. But like I said, these decisions are not made. Well, you did this, so you should be punished and fired. Because that decision doesn't just affect the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
It affects everybody else. Now, I think coordinators are a different story, Phil. I mean, I think that's all. It's probably 99% on field performance. You're either running a good offense, calling plays, or we need to make a change to see if we can get these guys going.
Yeah,
that's different, than the head coach, the one that runs the whole organization, because he's the general manager, and all that good stuff. Harrison said beating Clemson would not make up or excuse the way this year has gone. It would just be a nice consolation prize. Oh yeah, dude. I'm not sitting here.
Yeah, no.
Look, I'll just say this. Dabo says this every year. He says the South Carolina game is a season unto itself. That's true on both sides. So if you're going to play it, you may as well win it. I mean, I think some of these folks out here that don't want to play them, or that, well, I don't even care, that they're probably sitting there yelling at the TV on Saturday when they play Clemson, or yelling at the game and want to beat Clemson worse than anybody. They're just whistling past the graveyard. But I think that's an important game. That goes beyond Shane Beamer and the current players. That's an important game for everybody associated with the University of South Carolina. It is every year. So Michael said, I have to think about the players that could leave if we fire Beamer. Yeah. And look, that's never any reason to keep a coach, Michael. But what I'm saying is it that bad in if you won't change? Is it that bad to where that doesn't matter? Right? It's a little bit deeper thought than I got to keep him because of the players. But you're absolutely right. Ethan said in the presser, it seemed like he's getting desperate with what to say. I think he's been way off in the presser, almost psyching himself out.
Yeah.
Billy says if he loses to Coastal, then fire him. That's that. Like I said, it could get worse. Obviously, some of y'all have this program on a crazy pedestal. We have sniffed a couple of times. Stuff happens. Let him get back to work trying to build something. It's true. Ethan says it's year 5, not year 2. Yeah, progress isn't always linear. That said, I could have said that a lot more after 2023 than now. So I don't know really where I stand on that. Where I stand is
9-win season crammed in between two potentially 5s. That's the issue here.
I don't necessarily think that it's like it used to be, where, and really how they used to do it, that was a suicide pack when you sat there and, oh, it's been 5 years because of the cycle of recruiting. Now you got the portal and everything else.
Yeah.
Michael says win the next 2 games, get to go OC, and we're back on track, but it's a make or break next year. Yeah. Now next year's a different story, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
This is how college football is now. $8 million can buy plenty of good coaches out there.
Yeah.
But you think they're not gonna go. I mean, you're not gonna, maybe, you want to go pay Sonny Dykes at TCU that much. I don't think he's worth that. So,
I don't know if there's a sitting Power 4 coach I'd want to, that you could get for $8 million. Let me qualify that you could get for to make that move for $8 million, right? Like, because you could go pay less and get a hot up and comer that, would have some question marks surrounding it, but you would be able to, I don't know, because here's the thing. And one thing that I would consider if I were a sitting, head coach is like, well, you're immediately going to be compared to Lou Holtz and Steve Spurrier, even though it's not fair. Football is different. Everything is different now than it was back in those days. But that is the standard to which you're going to be held, because a majority of the fan base are just going to have a myopic viewpoint of the situation and be like, well, if he can't win, who is he? He's nobody. So, yeah, you could pay those people to come here. But, I mean, just for me and my tastes, I don't see anybody out there that I'd be willing to, go after hard.
I'd almost have to have the job of. And I say I like Alex Golish and Eric Morris quite a bit. I think you would be taking a risk because they're young. But so I would take one of those guys.
Yeah.
Over like Ryan Silverfield for like the next Memphis coach, that got a job. And so that's it. Ethan says if he's brought back, it's playoffs or bust. No, you're not firing coaches on playoffs or bust. Freaking Vanderbilt may go 10-2 this year and get left out because of brand.
Yeah,
that sucks. We'll talk about that.
I was going to say, I don't know if we're going to talk about that, but you know me,
Yeah.
I've got plenty of stuff.
I'm getting, let me get through, catch up. It's wide open Wednesday, and I don't like
man.
to get behind, and I have. Lauren says, you're right, JC. It's not as easy as finding a new head coach. Hey, Cavalier has a pro Beamer stance, despite NIL. I believe if we fire Beamer, it will set our program back 3 or 5 years. I get we've got renovations coming up, but this is not the year to fire your coach. And it's not because of South, like the stupid notion that, you know, South Carolina's place in the pecking order or whatever. Well, you know, what about Ole Miss's place in the pecking order, or Missouri's when they hired Eli, or freaking, you know, Josh Heupel? Where was Tennessee's place in the pecking order when they hired Heupel? Because Tony Elliott turned it down, and he just hired the guy that, you know, I mean, what, you know, Tennessee's probably considered definitely a better job, but Ole Miss isn't. Missouri certainly isn't. And again, it's team program job. You know, the teams this year are better than Carolina. The programs right now, those two places are better than Carolina. The job at Carolina is better than those two. Coaches know this. So, and I'm not saying, Cavalier, that you know, that's it, because everybody's like, oh my God, with Florida and LSU and Auburn open. Dude, Auburn may promote DJ Durkin. That's how they roll.
Right. Yeah.
That's how they roll down there, dude.
Right.
I would not be surprised one bit.
Because he would be different, right? He satisfies different than the last few guys that we've had in here, right? It's
defensive-minded guy,
defensive-minded, offense hasn't worked, you know. Yeah.
I mean, because, they haven't. I mean, you know, they got rid of Malzahn, an offensive guy. Harsin was offense. And then our boy Hugh Freeze was offense.
Yeah. And you're going to spend less on Durkin, so you could arguably spend more on players. I mean, there's any number of factors. Yeah.
Now, that, if you're talking about an offensive coordinator's job, you know, could that potentially be one that Carolina and Auburn are fishing in the same pond for? Yeah, if Durkin gets the job. But so I don't believe that just because these big jobs are open. My problem this year is it's like the talent pool for coaches is skewed, because you don't have these guys at like lesser power fours where I guess, Phil, that are like totally available. You know, a lot of them are at the alma maters.
Yeah.
You know, and
yeah, some of the names you would seek out normally. Yeah.
Yeah. The Dillinghams of the world and the, you know, all that good stuff. And so it's just, you know, so it drops straight to G5. And then, so who? Well, there's a lot of attractive candidates to make the jump to South Carolina, but they would be making a jump to the SEC. And you got to pick the right one. It's whack-a-mole in a lot of ways.
Yeah, right.
Ethan said they should not fire him if there isn't a clear proven candidate out there. Yeah, and I you know, or at least a handful. You know, I mean, think about when Will Muschamp was hired. Tanner had one. It was 1, 2, 3. Despite the Rich Rod and Willie Taggart and Greg Schiano and Lincoln Riley stuff, it was Tom Herman, Kirby Smart, Will Muschamp. You know, and you know that's how it fell to Will Muschamp. You know, just like at Florida, it was Scott Frost, Chip Kelly, Dan Mullen, break glass. At Tennessee, it was Tony Elliott, one other person I can't remember. In case of break glass, the athletic director knew Josh Heupel. Josh Heupel took it. Missouri was set to hire Willie Fritz, who would have won there. Skip Holtz, who I think would have won there. Or Seth Luttrell, who got fired as the OC in Oklahoma, was the other guy, if I'm not mistaken. He was at North Texas at the time. And the board of trustees out there said, no. And so they said, all right, Eli, we're going to hire this wormy little guy from App State, Eli Drinkwitz.
Like, oh, App State, yeah.
I mean, so that's what I'm saying. You just never know. You never know. You never know. And unfortunately for this fan base that loves to get excited and rally behind a new coach, as good as any in the country, it's the greatest fan base in the country. It's going to be this way for a while. You know, there's nobody that like went off to the NFL that can come back. I mean, you know, the guys that have kind of retired or getting too old. Urban Meyer's really the only one. And Urban, we talked about his thing, the who can get back in and elevate.
Yeah.
So Ethan said, I don't want another shot in the dark hire. Well, Ethan, this is how it's going to be. I don't care if Shane Beamer's here 10, 20 years. Now it may 10, 20 years, it may change.
Yeah. I mean, and what shot in the dark? I mean,
Doc says holding Beamer to a standard that frankly has never been met at South Carolina is unreasonable. However, 2 losing seasons out of 3 means we need to hire better position in OC coaches. And I'm going to say this about the standard, Doc. The standard around here at a minimum is going to a bowl. And it's been that way for 25 years.
Right. Yeah.
There's no this program still, although the non-bowl years are stacking up again, which is frustrating considering the number of bowls. For 25 years, this program, unlike the previous 108, has had winning seasons and gone to bowls most of the time. A down year has been 6-6 around here, right? But at least there's a bowl. The down year's been the Independence Bowl or the Birmingham Bowl. We can debate whether they mean anything or not, Phil, but that's the minimum. So you got to hold Beamer to the minimum standard. Like in baseball, I think the minimum standard is go to the postseason.
Yeah, you need to make regional. Yeah,
and if you're at the minimum standard for too long, you do get fired. The standards have changed for South Carolina football. So he's definitely not even meeting the minimum right now. Right. Now the question is it savable? Is it savable?
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people out there who unfairly think after what happened last year, when you're in the conversation every week for the college football playoff, that the playoff is the standard. You can't claim the playoff is the standard because you've never met that at all. So that's not the standard. That's your next goal, right? I mean, that's what that is. So you can't judge it based on 1 year's body of work.
Yeah. So moving on here, would this world be an interesting place if there were more than one Lane Kiffin? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Cavaliers has given 1 more year. Spurrier won the East in year 6. Yeah, there's been very few times. Holtz got a 6 year because he was Holtz and they didn't want him to go out like he did. Ethan said, I just don't trust anything with offensive with his coaching staff. I don't know that another OC hire gets us in the playoffs next year either. There will be plenty of turnover of the roster. Based on what information? Who's leaving, Ethan? Tell me. I mean, I'm not saying they're all coming back either. I'm saying there's always attrition on the roster, but I think the chances are more likely if you make a coaching change that a lot of these guys are leaving. So, and the idea is if you lose somebody, you got to replace them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying I'm happy with Beamer, but I'm not really ready to start over and rebuild yet. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was hoping you folks would start thinking about. Everybody, not just y'all. Y'all are smart, all of you. Oh, you. Ryan says, so you're suggesting we keep going backward with the cheerleader. Well, have you gone backward every year? How is the program now compared to when he took over long term? It doesn't have to
dip and rally too,
So if you feel like that, then you're probably on the side that you want to blow it all up, get rid of most of your players that could come back next year, accept that, and then go get the craps table for a new coach. And that's fine too. But you got to be prepared to own it. You can't just be immature and call him a cheerleader and say everything's going, continue to go backward. You're not Nostradamus. You don't know what the hell you're even saying there.
Yeah. If it falls off the rails.
If you hadn't have thrown the cheerleader comment in there, I'd be a little less harsh. But, this discussion is for adults. Okay. And not people that want to throw that out. Have some substance. That's what I'm trying to get everybody to think. And for the most part, everybody's done right. Okay. let's get to a break.
I'll take a quick break.
Yeah, quick break. Don't forget 18 Wings, pitcher of beer, D's Wings.
Oh, it's the best night.
Ample parking. Get to West Columbia. Check it out. We'll be back after this on the show.
Fans, listen up. The official Chief Sports apparel store is now available until November 19th on the Chief Sports app. Quality gear, including Nike apparel, shipping within 2 days of ordering. Men, women, and children can choose from a variety of Chief Sports products this holiday season. Order now in the Chief Sports app. Available until November the 19th.
If you live in the Midlands and have a Medicare Advantage plan, please listen carefully.
Hello, I'm Joel Lurie. Due to recent congressional action regarding prescription drug costs, it's very important for you to review your plan. There are major changes that could affect your coverage and how much you pay. If you would like a review of your Medicare Advantage plan, call Lurie Life and Health in Columbia, 803-256-2067. Our service is at no cost.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience and service, second to none. Residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
At JT's Kia, we have a lot to be thankful for.
We're especially thankful for the customers we get to know and serve.
We have additional inventory we have to move, and that means savings we haven't been able to offer in over 3 years.
Get a new Kia Sportage reduced $5,000.
New Kia Sorrentos, new Kia Carnivals reduced $7,000. Get 0% for 72 months.
We're serious about saving you money.
And we're seriously thankful for our customers.
Happy Thanksgiving, JT's Kia.
Season of New Tradition sales event.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks. The show rolls on here. Now we're number one, of course, built by the Barndo Co. As always, continuing on because it's Wide Open Wednesday with the Nana's Porch chat box. We got plenty. Y'all have plenty to say. I knew today would be a hot day in the chat box today, Jason.
Hot. Make me feel. Hey, you remember the NBA on TBS? They'd have that song, "Baby, we can be hot so hot." Again. That's back when I was all into the NBA. Dominique Wilkins, the human highlight film, Jordan, Bird, Magic Johnson. All right, so we got 9 minutes till the top of the hour in the next break. Look at Venables. He was on the hot seat, and he went and got the guy after a couple of busts. Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, assistant coaching hires are not as hard as people make it out to be. I mean, Spurrier had 3 Ellis Johnson was technically his fourth defensive coordinator in South Carolina, and it was 2008, dog.
Right.
It was 4 years. I mean, it was like, at Florida, he had several defensive coordinators, and finally hired Bob Stoops, and they got better on defense and won it all. So coordinator hires are not as hard as people make it out to be. But that doesn't mean he's going to hire the right one. And I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say there's all this evidence that he will.
No. I mean, a lot of people are right in questioning whether or not he will make the right choice, right? I mean, that's valid, and your concerns are valid. So are you willing to roll the dice on him, hitting on number 4? Or are you ready to just clean house and start fresh?
Yeah, that's what you got. It's one path or the other. Ethan says, I trust Beamer with defense and special teams. The offense has just not been consistent. To JC, is that true that Beamer wanted Bobo to stay and have some Riley concepts for Bobo to dial up? Yeah, that was kind of the plan. It's some tweaks here and there, but Bobo took Auburn.
Yeah.
Michael does bring up a good point. Beamer has won the big game. He's also proven he's to choke.
Yeah.
But he has won his share of big games around here. Let's not act like they just beat up on a bunch of bad teams, and anytime they had a big challenge, they didn't win.
No, that's what this season hurt even more, is because we know they can. Can is not at issue here. It shouldn't be at issue here.
Ethan says if Virginia Tech can get Franklin, there's no reason that we couldn't land a big name. Plenty of proven guys would take this job for $8 million. I don't care if it is a tough job. Like who? And you do realize James Franklin got fired from Penn State. So who's been fired?
That's right. Yeah.
From another job. You want to go hire Hugh Freeze? That's a big name. I'm not being a smartass. I'm just saying some of these folks out here that are under the impression, well, they hired Steve Spurrier and Lou Holtz. Those guys did not have jobs.
They were unemployed.
When you don't have a job, that's different.
Right.
I mean,
But the assumption that you're going to take a sitting head coach.
Hey, get Ryan Cawthorn out of the chat box, by the way.
Oh, I didn't.
I'm not going to respond to him anymore. There's a troll going there. Too many fans believe it's all about the coach and his staff. Believe it's all about the HBC. It's all about the staff. So evaluate the staff. And 2 out of 3 have been good to great. Yeah. So Ethan says we are a good job despite what people think. Yeah, it is a good job. But there's a lot of good jobs out there that, not everybody lines up to do. Coaches don't really want to move. I mean, you folks have moved before. You know how much it sucks.
It's a pain in the ass.
It sucks to move. Frank Martin used to say that, like, some school would call everyone, I just don't want to move. I don't blame you, dude. It's terrible.
No.
And some of them have kids in school, and you uproot your family again. If you're making the same money and the administration's setting you up for success at the school you're at, why would you go take something else? I mean, Jimbo Fisher left Florida State because he's about to get fired, and they wouldn't help him.
Yeah.
Their budget issues and stuff. So he left and went to A&M, But I agree with you completely. It's a good job. But I don't know, who out there, is unemployed that you want to go scoop up. Chris says, I think the biggest knock is fans just don't trust his next OC hire will work out. And I don't blame you one bit. There's, like I told somebody on the Big Spur, there's no proof. There's no evidence. If you're looking for evidence, you won't have any evidence about any of it until the hire's made. And even then, sometimes it doesn't work out. There's no evidence. So it's a faith thing. So I'm with you there, Chris, completely.
Yeah.
Bobby said, did Sellers really regress, or did people just get tape on him and expose him? He regressed because you can watch him and tell that he's not moving as quickly. He's thinking too much out there. People, defenses aren't playing him consistently that much different than certain teams last year that he was able to athletically move around. He's not making his reads. He looks unconfident. There's the whole sliding thing. I mean, he regressed.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Now, but look, it's up to him to get to work this offseason under whoever takes over if he returns to South Carolina and get better. If not, it's a Cutter Woods era will begin, or quarterback X, you know. But Reichel said a name just costs you money if you don't win. Yeah. Bruin said when he made the comment yesterday that a lot of people want the OC job, I already know he's giving it to somebody nobody wants. Well, I don't blame you for saying that either, because he's made similar comments on all the different hires.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the only one that wasn't really, like foretold or anything said about that was replacing Pete Limbo with Joe DeCamillis.
He even said Donati will make a move at some point. It won't continue like this. He was brought in for a reason. I'm sorry, man. Some of you just don't. Sadly mistaken about athletic directors. I know I'm not going to win any battles defending the previous athletic director because people just want to win. Yeah. But the concept of the savior athletic director here was always a myth, and it continues to be a myth.
Yeah,
and you know what Jeremiah Donati was brought in to do? Go look at the what's happening with the stadium.
Right
now, sure, his job is to fire coaches if they're not performing, but to act like he's just going to come in as
the primary reason he was brought in was not to clean house of the Ray Tanner hires.
No, it's to take a it's not like he's coming in swashbuckling with a sword, bushwhacking, clearing brush. Right. By the way, speaking of clearing brush, I'm working my way through the Murdoch thing. It's excellent. The burn field.
Clearing brush.
Gamecock Garrett said, JC, I saw that same video and let that idiot know he is smoking. Yeah, it's crazy. Glances like that escalated quickly. Bruin says, I've said what I was told, but some people know more. Bruin, I don't know that he's already decided who he's going to hire. I really don't.
Yeah, I mean.
So it'll be the opposite of everyone anyone wants. And and Bruin goes on to say he doesn't have any idea. Lance says, just please give me JD Baker. There's a lot of JD Bakers out there though, Lance. I mean, this dude he's probably not hiring the guy from Wisconsin, River Falls. But I sent a list into somebody the other day. The guy from Temple's good. Seth Doge is really, really good in Arizona. All these guys from the air raid tree, and I know people hear air raid and they think Leach, but they've all modified their systems and stuff, and they all kind of gone down through different branches of it. I don't see anything wrong with running that kind of offense in the SEC at all, because I think you do have to worry about getting pass happy because you do have to run the ball, but most of them now feel are modified to run the football.
Mm-hmm.
So Bobby said the devil is often better than the devil you don't. Truer statements have never been.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Lance says Beams can do the job. It kind of feels like things are swinging bad, and that hurts. It does. It hurts. And I'm not saying that there's a lot of noise in the system right now. It's normal. People are angry. People are talking. It's just one of those things. Franklin was the big name hire, and he's gone.
Yeah.
Is it that bad? Sparky Woods, Brad Scott? Yes, I think it is. Well, I will say two things about this. I will say the body of work that Shane Beamer has at South Carolina destroys both of those guys. Like they didn't have how many top 10 wins those guys have in the SEC. None. They were not competitive with the bigger teams in the SEC ever. They were lucky to beat an average Clemson team every year. Now, was this past season worse than some of the individual seasons? It wasn't as bad as the 1-10 under Brad Scott, but it was pretty bad. And I don't think that those guys, most of the time, I've said this, Phil, a couple of times. the coaches around here get fired, not because they're horrible coaches. They all got hired for a reason. They all went other places. It's because they weren't good enough to overcome roster deficiencies, talent deficiencies, certain injuries, things like that.
Yeah.
Not many coaches are good enough to do that. And it'd get late in their tenure, and you're on a 5-year cycle of firing coaches. That's not what happened this year, though. Right. So in some ways, the individual season's a little more egregious than the years those guys got fired. But the body of work, you can't even compare the two. I mean, as far as big wins. Ethan says Signetti was at James Madison. There are guys out there. Doesn't have to be a big name. Unfortunately, we just can't afford to make a risky hire. That didn't prove it. Yeah, well, I'll say this, Ethan. I guarantee you, when Shane Beamer leaves the program, hopefully he turns it around for a while and you don't have to deal with this. It's going to be a risky hire. Hugh Freeze to Auburn was about as much of a non-risky hire as I thought. The guy had won everywhere. Ole Miss, won in the SEC, won big at Liberty, won at Arkansas State, won at Lambeth, wherever the hell that is. Won at Briarcrest Christian. They made a movie about one of his players. That was, and it's Auburn, and you saw what Bruce Pearl did for Auburn. He was kind of the, hey, I'm coming back to the league after exile coach, too.
Right.
Oh, what he did for Auburn basketball. Now Hugh Freeze is out, fired. And he came in the year after Beamer did.
Right.
He's already fired. And I don't think Auburn wanted to fire him. I think they had to. So every hire will have risk. So,
Yeah, I don't know.
Beamer has a worse record than Will Muschamp against the SEC. It was bad enough to fire Will, so why does Beamer get a pass? Probably because Beamer has more big wins than Muschamp did. And Beamer's roster is in better shape right now than Muschamp's was. I think that's kind of, not wrong, but I think it's kind of punitive. You didn't do this. That I don't think history means a damn thing when it comes to this decision either. I don't care who got fired when. I think you got to look at it like now, like what it's a crossroads. It's a true crossroads. And either way, it's a gamble. But you can't look at this like that.
Yeah, it's different consistently losing to Kentucky and teams like that than it is to pull wins, break those streaks, and then pull wins against top competition.
Yeah, Quantrell says I'm not in the camp of if Beamer doesn't make the playoffs next year, he is gone. Just needs to get the program back to stable, a few 7-8 win seasons to build on. Yeah, and see, the thing is, better plan on offense, and players getting better. You don't have to knock it out of the park in the portal. Just get some help. Then I don't think you have to just win 7 next year. I think you can get the playoff next year. The stuff that's there is fixable. But if we're not sitting there 3 games in next season, and it's scary because it's hard to determine. Oh, well, you got to win you got to learn the offense. It's a new system. They'll get better. We're a team that improves every year. That because they just got beat by whoever and couldn't move the ball.
Yeah, because you won your first 2 games and then look like crap against your first SEC opponent. That can't happen. I tell you, but. That's what's so interesting and dynamic, and why I said I don't think history even matters here, right? Like what happened when did some other coach get fired, whatever. We can compare those things, but I think this is someone inside the building, football building, texted me the other day, said this is going to be a fascinating offseason. Yeah. And it will.
But there's 2 more weeks here. Tommy points out, if you don't enjoy tailgating, find a new team. We're just trying to get to bowl game level team. That's the minimum standard. Krager brings up Brian Kelly. Yeah, let's get it. I want Brian Kelly in charge of practice equipment. Hours.
That's right. Get him to set up all the lookout spots.
Well, it's been a great conversation. The Nana Sports chat box is red hot. I'm still like 23 minutes behind.
I know. It's
the last
cool.
one I read was 11:37.
We'll keep it rolling, man. We got a whole nother hour.
Yeah, we got a whole other hour on the show. Stay tuned. See you on the other side.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing, and for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. That's midstateroofing.com.
You'll speak to an on-call technician after hours or a Midstate Roofing staff member during hours at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
Watch JC and Morgan every week on the Chief Sports Network. Now back to ITG.
And now, the show goes on.
Jennifer's back, and this time she wants to be a glamour puss. And voila, here's our glamour puss. She's wearing a black leotard, a little white jacket we found at a thrift shop, and look what we did with her hair. We made cat ears out of her hair. Or you can go all out and do this. Or you might prefer these ears like we purchased at a costume shop. Jennifer's back, and this time she wants to be a glamour puss. And voila, here's our glamour puss.
I've seen people out there. People out there in public look like this now. And I'm sorry, but every time I hear Mike Furry's name, I can't help but think this is.
Oh yeah, there's a whole furry thing. Yeah, unfortunately, it's connected to some very negative things that have happened lately. I'm not sure about this. This is a VHS stage substitute, by the way. I don't get it, but if I roll this through again, Phil, let me get a little bit of, and I promise I'm getting back in the chat box.
You're
This
good.
Wide open Wednesday, and we
That's
can't
right.
carry it over this week. So roll this for me again, though, because I do want to like make sure I grasp it.
Yes, hold on. Here, I'll even refresh it here. That way we
Thank
get it
you,
from the
Phil.
beginning. Yeah, hold on here. All right. Cue it up here.
Wants to be a glamour puss. And voila, here's our glamour puss. She's wearing a black leotard, a little white jacket we found at a thrift shop. And look what we did with her hair. We made cat ears out of her hair. Or you can go all out and do this. Or you might prefer these ears like we purchased at a costume shop. Jennifer's back, and this time she wants to be a glamour.
last reaction was a little less enthusiastic than the first. I guess it's very cat-like. A glamour puss. Okay, so is this lady? Does she have a business doing this?
She must. I mean, look, she's obviously some sort of either professional or wannabe costume designer here.
How do you come up with that? Like, all right, here's what we're gonna do.
She worked with cats for all those years.
Yeah, it's
and
like,
after retired, she had to find something to do.
We're going to combine the working at the animal shelter and finding homes for stray cats, which is a noble profession, with the glamour shots of the night. Clearly, this is from the 90s. If you look,
This is 90s for sure.
I bet that went over like a lead, but like New Coke. Did you imagine the grand opening of Glamour Puss at the mall? First and foremost, the male population is going to have a lot of fun with that name.
Oh, yeah.
There's going to be teenage kids, boys just walking by, like meeting there. Meet me in front of Glamour Puss.
Yeah, I mean, Glamour Puss is,
yeah, Glamour. Yeah. Like Glamour Puss. yeah. Jeez. All right. So
you could call, that could be an esthetician shop nowadays.
Yeah. Back to the Nana Sports Chat Box, offensive coordinator, coaching talk, red hot today on Inside the Gamecocks. The show actually put me in a little better mood, Phil.
Yeah, man.
After having to go to the DMV. I'll give this to our audience. You guys are smart people. I'm proud of you. Not that I didn't expect you to be smart, but outside of the one guy that's like calling names and stuff, even if I don't agree with you, or I think maybe look at it a different way, it's all based on intelligence. Like Rooster, by the way, I don't agree with him that Muschamp or whatever is relevant with this situation, but he brings it up and he does the research and he brings it's not. None of this stuff is dumb. And, hey, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to deal with this thing.
Pleasure to deal with you in the Nana Sports Chat with our audience.
It's a pleasure to be in the Nana Sports Chat Box on Wide Open Wednesday. TD Noel talks about East Carolina's offensive coordinator. Hope Beamer gives him a call. Yeah, they got it rolling. He is another very, very good one. He is John David Baker is his name. I believe, he came from the Abilene Christian, North Texas tree. He was out at Southern Cal for a while. Was it Ole Miss with Jeff Levy and Lincoln Riley? Yeah. Yeah.
He's an intriguing prospect.
John David Baker
that I would like to see here.
and Ethan mentioned earlier, there's a lot of offense in the state of Texas. This guy's got Texas roots. So, and that is kind of where a lot of your innovation through the years has come from. Mike Leach was not a Texas guy. He goes to Texas Tech, but then the air raid started trickling down through. Bryles got a hold of it, and Lincoln Riley's from Texas. Texas offensive football in the state of Texas is king at the high school level. There's a lot of innovators there. So I dig it, TD Null. I dig it. Quantrell says the program needs a heavy dose of 7-8 wins in a row, then build on it. I agree with you there. It's kind of like basketball. Basketball, the best thing that could happen to the program, you don't have to go past the second round, really. Just make the tournament 2 or 3 years in a row. Get some consistency.
Yeah.
That was a great post there. Mike Gundy, he's a man. Man, Gundy hadn't really dialed him up though. I'd worry about the, anyway. Having a brand is such a BS requisite for the playoffs. Yeah, we're gonna get to that in a second. Lauren has that in there. Results against common opponents between Oklahoma and Vandy could be what gets Oklahoma in and leaves Vandy out if they both went out. Yeah, but Oklahoma lost. Well, Oklahoma lost by 17 to Texas. Vandy lost by 3 and came back. We got the Missouri thing coming up. They did beat Alabama at Alabama, though. Oklahoma's got better wins. There's no question about it. I just like, Vandy compared to Miami to me. I'm like, really? We win if either the 4th and 12 or 4th and 1 go our way, Jeff says. Absolutely. I mean, maybe, but yeah. I mean, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, no.
Titan,
much better position.
Titan says Mike Furry's presser was good. You can tell he's speaking from an experienced player perspective. I like him and hope we keep him on staff. Yeah, he's been an asset. I think he's a really good coach.
Yeah,
really good coach. Michael said I wouldn't hate a Jerry Kill hire. The Kill Zone South.
South. That's right.
Robert says Coastal is not beating Carolina. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Chris says just in, Lane Kiffin's going to coach Ole Miss, Auburn, and Florida due to lack of big name candidates. All 3 of them.
That's right.
TC Gamecock with an interesting thing. This is some history here for you. We just need an offensive infusion similar to when Joe Morrison brought in the run and shoot. Yeah, I wish he'd stuck with the run and shoot back then too. But that kind of thing, Carolina's always done well. They haven't always scored a lot of points historically, the Gamecocks, when they've been up. But they've never had a situation where they're just bland and, whatever the hell that is, a pro NFL style offense with a great defense. They've never won that way. They've always been a team that's a program's kind of built around defense, really good defense, toughness when they've been up. And then an offense is a special prep that you got to kind of figure out how to defend South Carolina and all that good stuff. Darius says he's been a Beamer fan for a while, but his press conferences aren't doing him any favors. I agree with you there. Wish he had a PR firm a little bit. I don't know if he'd listen to him or not. He's being authentic, like he says. He is who he is.
Yeah, it's a
little. It doesn't do anything to reassure anybody. It comes across, kind of as defensive a little bit.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, I'm just here so I don't get fined, I think would make a lot of the fan base happy.
Yeah, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Oh, Chris says, serious question. If Clemson was to beat us by 27 plus, is that the end of Beamer? All I can say to that is it can always get worse. I mean, we're sitting here with right now, but the reality of this season, and at some point, when I talked about all that earlier, is it worth blowing up? And you have no other choice but to go in that direction because it's too far gone. Yeah. I mean, you could see that. Do I think that? I wouldn't tell you. I know losing the last 2 would swing the pendulum, in my opinion. Quantrell says, JC, what could people possibly say about the South Carolina job not being attractive? Besides referring to old history, it's in the power too, a growing city, fertile recruiting ground, and now Nike. Yeah, I mean, other than just history, and you got a tough schedule every year and the perception, but that's changing. The best thing that could happen for programs like South Carolina is not only for Lane Kiffin to stay at Ole Miss, but for them to go significantly deep in the playoffs. Because that program, I mean, it was the 1960s since they were good. They had just about given up, and here they are. And part of the reason that they weren't as competitive or that good all the time, they didn't have players. They had Eli Manning on their roster and and David Cutcliffe, who was an excellent X's and O's coach and offensive coach, and couldn't get over the hump because, these other schools stockpile players and the players can't leave. So they stay there, and even if they're disgruntled one year, the next year they end up developing and doing well. It was recruiting's kind of a racket, and a catch, kind of a snowball effect, because players gravitate towards the teams with tradition and numbers and stuff like that. The easy to recruit thing. Well, now doesn't, you don't have to be that way. Kirby Smart's not out talenting people. They have talent. But they beat the team on paper that has the most talent by 25 points in Athens. You know why? Because he knows how to win. Kirby is a better coach today than he was in 2022 when he won their first national, or 2021 when they won the first national title. I mean, because he knows how to coach, and he's in his groove and stuff like that. So any coach that wants to come in and I mean, you think about it, we're all sitting there talking about Beamer and his offensive coordinator hires. And that's a true thing. That's not like other coaches that have gotten fired because they just didn't quite have the players and weren't good enough to overcome.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, God bless, you had Marcus Satterfield and then the Mike Shula experiment. That's enough to wreck any ship. That's the iceberg.
Right.
Icebergs, Phil.
That's right. You've hit
I'll never
the
let
iceberg.
go.
No.
I mean, it's just awful. And, we're sitting there talking about that, and that's true. So when has South Carolina ever been a coordinator away from, and look, 2022, given the way they finished the year on offense, and given the fact that if you just done that from the beginning, because you had the same players, arguably had more talent earlier in the year, maybe they don't lose to Missouri at home. Maybe they sit there and go 11-1 and make the playoff. And then last year, maybe if, Lenore's sitting kind of struggling and trying to learn all this stuff early and stuff like that, and the offense is clicking, maybe they do beat Alabama or LSU and go to the playoff. I mean, we're talking about that. And from that standpoint, I do believe the program's close. But here's the flip side of that, too. Everybody's close, Phil.
Right. This is the problem.
Everybody's close. I mean, I mentioned
11 teams in this league that are close.
I think probably the most talented team roster top to bottom is Texas. And I think the least talented team is Kentucky. And that was a 16-13 game in overtime. And Kentucky should have won. So there you go. Harrison says Beamer's in a no-win situation from a press conference standpoint. I agree.
Yeah, you can't say anything that is going to make everybody happy.
Tyler says, I feel like we forget that this is Shane's first head coaching job. I agree, but he's been on the job 5 years. But I feel like most of these coaches have moments in the beginning. Is that wrong thinking? No, Tyler, it's not. But it's year 5. But then again, maybe that's just him. And it's the type of thing where when you're winning, everybody's behind it. When you're losing, not so much. Right. Some people are just like, because some coaches are just like that, you love them when you win and get frustrated as all get out when you lose. Clint says not going to a bowl is much worse now than it was back in the day. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a bare minimum. I think we're getting into what I said earlier about the bare minimum. Boy, I'm behind.
Yeah.
If you judge a team performance based on bowl appearances and wins, Beamer has to go. He's been to 3 bowls in 5 years and only won 1. Yeah, but I'm judging it on big wins in the regular season and all that. But again, can always get worse. Always get worse. Hey, Cavalier says, I'm still on the Beamer train, by the way. By the way, Michael did say, I don't think it'd be crazy to look in the high school ranks. Give me a high school coordinator that's innovative and putting up yards and points, because you got to actually coach at that level, over an NFL guy, please, any day.
Right. Yeah.
Any day. So Cavalier says, I'm still on the Beamer train because he can recruit, thinks about athletics, thinks about fans, and really wants to be here to build something. That's awesome. Jeffrey says the thrill is gone. Ed said Urban Meyer's methods wouldn't fly today. Interesting. Clint says, is the program better or worse than when Shane took over? I'd say it's kind of neutral. I think the roster's better by a good margin, although Muschamp did leave some talent. Muschamp left the roster in better shape than Spurrier did. Spurrier left a bad roster situation. I think there's more relevance. South Carolina's more relevant than when he took over because of those big moments. So, I think the program in general is more attractive. Is more attractive. That said, this year counts just as much as the good times. And it sucks. It's a bottoming out record-wise right now as things stand now. If you beat Clemson, beat Coastal, finish, close 5-7. Well, you're a 1-point loss at the number 3 team, from going to another bowl and righting the ship. And it really was the OC. And I still think the OC situation just destroyed any chance this team had. But yeah, Lauren says this is random, but this team needs to work on communication. Someone should have communicated to Beamer to take the timeout. Yeah. Bradford mentioned that it was kind of on somebody in the booth, and the defense had several moments of miscommunication on the field, not lined up, etc. Yep. So Clint says the on-field results are similar to Muschamp. Here's the difference. Muschamp had one big win. And it was almost too late. Beamer's got a lot. And that matters in college football. So I would push back a little on that, Clint. But when you look at the record, which is the bottom line, I can't argue with you at all.
Mm-mm.
So there we go. Blah, blah, blah. Beamer's teams have vastly are more competitive than Muschamp's in big games. Yeah, Will kind of beat who he needed to beat, lost to until he didn't, and then lost the teams he should have. Micah says, do y'all think Sellers sliding the way he does negatively influences the team? Pobby and Haynes don't have pro futures, but they are college dogs. Same with Stockton, but they win. Gunnar Stockton will play in the NFL. I think Haynes King will too, by the way. I don't think this. I mentioned the sliding Micah earlier this week. It's like there are some times when I think he could split defenders and get down the field.
Yeah.
Now on the pass he caught where he slid, I just don't think you should ever slide if you're catching a pass. Maybe try to get out of bounds. But there were some guys back there corralling him.
Yeah. Could you imagine what people would have said to a wide receiver who slid?
CB talked with Mike Lagway, Manning, and Sellers have led losing teams. It's almost like you need great talent around a good college quarterback in this era. If the quarterback is too good, then it just goes to the head and hurts the team. Yeah, I don't want to that kind of stuff. I don't think it went to Arch Manning's head. I think Arch Manning just was overhyped and not ready, and he's progressively getting better like normal, inexperienced quarterbacks. DJ Lagway, if you look at Florida's wins last year, he didn't do that much. He was just better than what they had.
Right.
And he didn't progress, and he missed the off season. Sellers, there's a lot to unpack there. Bruin probably has a lot to say about that. It's pretty good. So recruiting definitely goes in Beamer's pro column, Clint says. And Quantrell mentions it as well. Quantrell Beamer has NIL in the portal. No other coach in South Carolina has had those tools to make the team better in a shorter period of time. And by and large, he has made the roster better.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But he had a proven track record of being able to do that before those tools were available. I mean, we all knew Beamer, you couldn't really question his recruiting chops.
Yeah. I mean, I think after year 3, when you had some holes in the roster, like if we have another situation like at running back in 2023, yeah, that's malpractice. I don't think that's going to happen again, though. That was just one of those things. And Carolina, as a whole, got caught with its pants down NIL-wise that year, but that's not the case. So, Fruit said, I was ready to clean house after Saturday, but I've cooled my jets some. Ethan says it's frustrating because I don't want Shane Beamer to fail. He's one of the best personalities in college football when he's winning. He's a good person, too. Somebody started in on him for hugging his wife in the press conference, like, you're at work. I don't remember who it was, but it was like a normally good poster on the Big Spur. And
Everybody's looking for any reason whatsoever after
I
a
was
loss like that to assail anybody they can.
People are attacking his character and stuff, and he's a good person. I mean, coaching is different. I mean, there's good people that fail at their jobs all the time. There's good people that do well at their jobs. It has nothing to do with your character or what kind of individual he is. I'll tell you this, he's more competitive than people think. He's not just a super nice, jolly, happy-go-lucky dude, Clint says, asked us yesterday, do you think we could get Lane Kiffin for the right contract? Not at this point.
So long as you submit it before 11/28, right?
You got to submit it.
Everything's got to be in. That's right.
No,
it's like an RFP.
and at this point, Clint, okay, could Carolina have hired Lane Kiffin or Eli Drinkwitz a couple of years ago with a big major bunch of money? Yeah, I think so. But look, I mean, right now,
how many of y'all that are complaining about that would have, if you're being honest with yourself, been all over the message boards if Lane Kiffin was the call, right? You'd been like, oh, he left Tennessee and a blah, blah, blah. And oh, yeah, over there didn't do anything out of Southern Cal because it's Southern Cal and this, that, and the other. And that wouldn't have happened. I just don't think.
Yeah. I mean, so now look, are you saying Carolina could never hire away Ole Miss's coach or Missouri's coach? No, I wouldn't say that at all.
Right. No,
it'd be interesting because they're not going to think that should happen in Ole Miss, Missouri. They're like, we're going to lose our coach to South Carolina.
What?
So, like I said, let's. Carolina Titans says Beamer was a good OC hire from transcending the program. If he had a good OC last season, it could have been historic with that defense. This year would have definitely been a playoff team. I don't know where the blind spot is either, because like I've said, aggressive, creative, and fun, that's how it is the rest of the program, except offense. Hooty-hoo! Beamer has to get off to a good start next year. He won't make it to the middle of October. Yeah, the good news is there's probably Cupcake A and then Towson coming in. So plenty of time to get settled in. Bruin said Nick Saban's coming and bringing Urban Meyer and Mike Ditka with him. Tay asked, do we believe Cutter Woods or Aaron Nolan's future at quarterback? I'll just say this. I'm a strong lean towards Cutter Woods right now. Aaron Nolan would have to get back to Cutter's level and then pass him. But you never know. I mean, all the stuff they're asking the quarterbacks to do, I mean, a new coordinator could give Aaron Nolan some life.
Right. I mean, after what happened with Shula, it's no surprise that it's like the way it is the way it is right now.
Bruin said, careful saying Sellers regressed. People say that's not possible, that bad habits being coached of him can't be a thing.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. Bruin, both can be true.
Yeah, I think that they've bad habits being coached into him. Sure. Likely. And sometimes, I mean, look, coaches are human just like everybody else. Sometimes in the quest for perfection, we ruin the good. Right. That's why it made me feel uncomfortable with the perfect game still out there. And I'm not questioning Shula. I think Shula was just in over his head, didn't know what he's getting into, and wasn't really the right guy for college football these days. But that always kind of made me cringe. I'm like, if I'm a player that has a desire to be excellent, that's got a little pressure on him because it's the in-state school and expectations are high, and I'm always trying to play perfect, I'm never going to play good. Right? Because what's perfect? It means no mistakes. Right.
Yeah, and
last year, Lenoris was in a great headspace. He went in the press conference one day and repeated the process by Nick Saban. I just go out there and forget about a bad play and just focus on the next play. Guess what happened? I don't hear him say any of that. It's always like, got to get better, got to do this. Just little things here and there.
It's like, right. Yeah.
Same crap you heard under Satterfield, just little things here and there. It's not. if you go through that more than 1 week, little things here and there, execution, and it keeps over and over, it's your coaches, it's your scheme, it's too complex, or it doesn't work. You're trying to do too much. You're confusing everybody. They can't go play free. So, Clint says, does the insight to keep Tony and Nan give us any insight as to how Donati will treat the football? Or is that different due to priority? It's a little different. Every situation's different, but I think as was pointed out, this contract people keep blaming Ray Tanner for. That is Jeremiah Donati's contract. Go look at the calendar. I'm not saying Tanner and Beamer didn't have discussions, but it wasn't something where Donati just signed off on it. So that's really a guy that he extended. And so I think just like he was hesitant with Maneri and hesitant with Lamont last year. That track record. But I'm going to go back and say this too. This is why it's fair to talk about this. If I want to be fair with the audience and not just go, he's not getting fired, blah, blah, blah. Everybody stand in line and just worship at the altar. Get in line or get out, folks.
That's right. This is what you got to drink, or you're going to go thirsty.
So, look. As I said, it can get worse. But I think it's a good discussion to have. Art said, JC and Phil, the history of the football program has been very inconsistent. My question is to you guys, how do you fix it? What will it take to be a consistent winner? Well, I think there's a lot that Beamer's doing that would make it consistent. You got to recruit good players. You got to recruit in state. You got to make great evaluations. You got to get your roster in order first. Then you can't have what I call a coaching black hole. This is a new term we're going to come up with.
Oh, all right. I like this.
Black hole sucks everything out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You can get by sometimes without a very good running backs coach. You need to fire him before year 4. Like Spurrier did with Montre Hill. You got to get rid of him. But you can get by with that. You can get by with, some guys that are just kind of there. What you can't get by with is an offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, or the line coaches because they're black. It's like a black hole. It'll suck the rest of your program in with it, especially offensive coordinator.
Right.
Because points are exciting. Offense is exciting. The object of the game is to score more points than the other team. Defensive scores are extra fun, so are special team scores. But Phil, if your offense isn't moving the ball, the rest of those guys that are out there trying to stop the other offense, eventually they're going to get sick of being on the field.
Mm-hmm.
So and likewise on defense, if you can't stop anybody and you're soft, like what happened in Arkansas this year, that's not fun either. You got to avoid the coaching black hole, right? And what the shame about this year is, Carolina was not overly deficient. Every program has deficiencies, or there's spots that, okay, if the game is up to this position to win, maybe it won't happen. Yeah, definitely. There's always room for better personnel, but there was no personnel black hole. Art.
Yeah. Your roster was not a giant black hole, thank goodness.
and sometimes back in the day when head coaches, or assistant coaches were recruiting coordinator, you could develop a black hole that way too. Because you all of a sudden get a bunch of guys approved for offers that aren't good. But you got to avoid the coaching black hole. And then just keep plugging away. Keep plugging away. I don't know that 2 bad seasons out of 3 years is ideal. I would hope that heading into any coaching tenure, you don't want that to happen. But at the same time, is it something that can, but you got to avoid the coaching black hole, because that sucks. It sucks the life. It directly impacts you winning. Michael, you're right about that. I don't know that it's relevant. If they were play callers right before coming to Carolina, I don't know about that. Two of them, for different reasons, were overly complex. Anyway, Harrison says, I like ODU's offense. Don't know if we go that, but yeah, Kevin Decker, I think is his name. That's one I like. We have a break. I thought we were going to the top. I thought we were up at the top.
No, we never took one coming out. We were just rolling, and I happened to notice that we'd been talking for 40 straight minutes. We need to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Tay said, I've heard mentioned about something. The team is soft. I don't think it's soft at all. I think it's very physical. They miss tackles, on defense sometimes, fundamentally bad. There's some players that could play a little tougher here and there.
A little sloppy at times, but I don't know.
But like the offensive line, they're not soft guys. They just were confused. But no, I don't think this team is soft. Is it a team that has a lot of like intangible leadership? No. Is it a team mentally in the fourth quarter that has that winning, like we saw Alabama do when they came into Carolina? Yeah. That was just a team that knew how to win. No, I wouldn't call them soft, man. You watched the first half the other day. They were flying around, hitting.
Not soft.
A very physical football team, Philip.
That's right. Until they weren't.
Jay Frew mentions Sparky. Sparky Rock was a catchy song. So. All right, we'll be back after this on the show to wrap it up.
Jeffrey's got space and a touchdown. Can you believe it? Touchdown! He caught it on trail and scores. Touchdown, South Carolina!
Are you ready? The 9th annual Toys for Tots Christmas Show with Patrick Davis and special guests is Black Friday night, November 28th. The night before the Carolina-Clemson game at the Senate in Columbia. Get your tickets now at patrickdavismusic.com or on the Chief Sports app and get ready to party. Go Gamecocks.
To my dying day, I'll be a South Carolina Gamecock.
Test ride at Electric Bikes of Charleston today. Road trip ready. Ride comfortably. Forget road fatigue. The Velotric Fold 1 Plus features our exclusive Comfort Max frame design for an effortless, upright riding posture and a low step through. With an adjustable seat and stem, you'll be feeling great and ready for the next campsite adventure. Your back will thank you. Visit Electric Bikes of Charleston. Electric Bikes, Charleston.com.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365, or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer, Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
There's something happening here, but what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children, watch that sound. Everybody look what's going down.
Now back to Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final segment of the show here, heading into the end of Wide Open Wednesday. Man, ever since we talked about D's Wings, now I'm just sitting there thinking about 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29, because that sounds like a good evening to me. I don't know what anybody else is going to eat or drink, but I would hit the spot for old Mad Dog.
Somebody asked about the Tulsa offensive coordinator, Brad Robbins. He did coach at North Greenville. Not under Chadwell, but did coach at North Greenville. Cavalier likes that screen. F. Barn 2001 chiming in. All college head coaching hires are a crapshoot. You never know. That applies to every time every school hires a new head coach. No different this year or next year if Beamer fails. Yeah, here's the difference, though. What you're doing is you're blowing up your whole thing this year if you make that move. You're saying it's not going to get any better. And then gambling on a new guy instead of gambling on the devil you know, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I don't, like I said, my opinion could change. I mean, there's 2 games left.
Yeah.
Right now, I'd probably stick with what you got and make sure you hire a good OC. But, man, the OC hire is going to come relatively soon after the Clemson game in December sometime, most likely. And if it's somebody that, like, if it's the guy from the Falcons that played quarterback at Oklahoma State, was Zach Robinson, who coached for Sean McVay or something similar to the rest. I mean, there's, so that's a gamble too. But you're absolutely right, F. Barn. Meso, if you can't run the ball, I don't care who the heck you are, that offense is going to stink. We got to be able to run the ball. If not, no play looks good. Absolutely. What was Muschamp's record against Kentucky and Clemson compared to Beamer? Well, Beamer's 4-1 against Kentucky, 6-3 against SUTs. Muschamp was 1-3 against Kentucky and 0-4, 1-7. Totally. Hell Rooster said 5 years of on-the-job learning has resulted in 3 years in year 5 with the worst in-game coaching management I've ever seen, culminating with the A&M performance. I mean, you're not getting any argument for me. It's been a bad coaching year.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I think we'd be having a different conversation if the defense had not overperformed too. I think that's one aspect of this that kind of
lost too many players. Yeah,
leans in Beamer's favor because you were able to lose all of those players. Yet this team has been close, quotes as they say, directly because of filling the holes in the roster appropriately from not only players that you organically recruited, but also grabbed out of the portal.
Yeah. Swifties says, Swifties 864. All these folks whining about Beamer setting huge expectations are killing me. Do you have no aspirations in life? Find some joy. Yeah. I mean, I thought, it went viral, obviously, because people want to, But what you want to do is next year, who's laughing now? It sucks. It's got to be till next year. I mean,
Yeah.
We all were so fired up about football season because, frankly, I mean, this is just another gut punch for the entire fan base because of how basketball and baseball went last year.
Right. The entire calendar year of 2025 has just completely.
I mean, everybody's like, well, at least there's football. And Phil and I were there in Atlanta, and it started so well.
Yes, it was going so well, but it wasn't. But it started off that way.
Tay says, I'm in the camp, says a good bit of the blame must also fall on Sellers and the players. I don't know about a good bit, but obviously players have to execute. But,
you can't give the players a pass, but
yeah. Got to hold them to account, but that's coaching. You got to get them better.
Yep.
And then you've seen it where coaching changes have been made in season and players do play better. I mean, so that
which is what we've seen so far this year. So it's like, yeah, they are directly related.
Yeah. So blah, blah, blah. Ethan said, I'm sure Lenore isn't thrilled with the idea as a new coordinator either, but unfortunately, no matter what he decides, it'll be a different guy. I think Sellers is on board. I haven't heard anything where he's negative about it.
Yeah, I mean, and whatever Lenore Sellers decides to do, he's going to be playing for a new offensive coordinator next year, period.
Yeah, I mean, no matter where he is, that's right. Very true. Ethan says he doesn't want to hear NFL style ever again.
No.
But if there was ever an NFL coach that was being considered for the job, would there be on that? You think it could work at the college level? Where would that be? Cliff Kingsbury is the only one I would.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, so, I mean, you can't even say Chip Kelly because when he came back to college football, he was not Chip Kelly.
Robert asked any basketball talk for today. I thought for sure that that was a nice win last night. Yeah, I will say, said it on Coffee. Radford, that was their third game in 4 days. So I don't know if I'm not saying they were tired, but I've been kind of talking about the need for Kobe Knox and Elijah Strong to step up.
Yeah.
And they did. So
yeah. And I would check out Whittle's spot on the morning show because he covered it really well and did a good job.
Yeah. Exactly. Krager says, seems like yesterday me, Lance, Phil, and JC are walking in a Mercedes-Benz with so much hope. Yeah, on the MARTA.
I know.
It's beautiful.
I know we were navigating subways and enjoying ourselves thoroughly.
TC says it's not just losing, it's how bad they look in losing. Well, they've been in games, though. I mean, that is a fact. But on offense, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, don't let recency bias cloud the fact that, the closer games earlier in the year were actually really close games.
TC mentions if Loggins had stayed, things would be different. I do think they would have been. He had hit a groove last year. Clint says, how do you think our portal haul was for this season? Was it as historic as last year where you hit on guys like Knight? And,
yeah, right.
I mean,
no.
Two of the best guys in that portal class, Jules and Kamara, didn't even make that much of an impact.
And there were a couple of guys that were brought in from the portal who we never saw.
Yeah, and then right.
Yeah.
So
this
I think, I think it was good enough. So very good enough. So that's the deal there. Beamer needs to hire a voodoo doctor to go in the ops building and cleanse out the chicken curse. Yeah.
At least we can make
Serrano. Yeah, he's sacrificing the live chicken. Jabu. So Cavalier says something I don't understand is that the plays are called and when runners set up a screen, why is Faison the one that's supposed to block and doesn't? I don't know about all that. Got to see that.
Yeah.
Carolina Titan talks about Cutter Wood, says mobile Ty Simpson vibe. He's got a very high floor, very well coached at the high school level. Bruin noticed Faison running straight into defenders for no gain instead of following 4 blockers to wide open right side for a nice gain. Yeah, I saw that too.
Yep.
Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to get to all of these. Craig says, take it from someone who watched Cutter for 3 years. He is smart, tough, and a winner. Played for my man Brian Lane too.
Mm-hmm.
I heard it. He's got a brother. There's another Woods there, Bear Woods.
Oh,
West side.
Yeah, Cutter and Bear. Nice.
Oh man. So I'm just kind of get through this. Wayne says, I believe in Shane. Go Gamecocks. Quentin says, call it Sparky Woods in the phone book right now and cuss out old Stephen Fig Newton.
I saw that. Hold on. No, good. Actually, good. Now I'm back with you here. There we are.
You see, like angry old Gamecock fans drinking bourbon.
That
could be like the name of a riding in cars with comedians. Angry old Gamecock fans drinking bourbons. They're sitting there having a bourbon. Let's call up Sparky Woods.
I got him right here.
It's Chapel Hill now. Let's call him. Say, ISO.
Slam the phone down because you know it's got a cord and it's attached to a home phone.
Quentin asked if Napier is a good OC. I wouldn't run his offense in the SEC right now.
Oh, no.
Pimp on a Blimp, Utah OC. Is he any good? Yes, he is. He's good. I like him. Harrison says Napier's refusal to give up play calling got him fired. So. Oh, man. Darnell Washington, the old UGA tight end, said he weighs 311 pounds, had 4 catches for 67 yards against the Bengals. Talking about a rare athlete. Yeah. On that note, if Brock Bowers, and Darnell Washington is interesting. He's from Las Vegas. Georgia went and got him. They got Brock Bowers out of Northern California. They just found these guys. If they have Brock Bowers during that time, people will be talking more about Darnell Washington because he is a freak. So, Voodoo Doctor in the deep coming to USC with Nick Nolte in tow. Underrated actor there, Nick Nolte.
Nick Nolte.
I'm Nick Nolte. I don't know. I need to do a Nick Nolte impression. All right. Hey, we got through it, Phil. Through
man, look at that. We did. We made it through.
Yeah, I'll say this about basketball since we did have a request to talk a little about it. I think the next the next 2 teams are steps up in competition. That's A. And then B, I did want to say, start following the scores of the other SEC teams, folks. There's for those that are still worried about going to overtime with Southern Miss, Winthrop and Arkansas. It not only was like a 1-point game, it ended in like there was a feud at the end. Brother.
Again, it could be a lot worse. I don't know that. What I liked it again, it's like this team is like stacked 4 straight, like getting better every time they hit the court. It looks like a better product, at least from what I've seen. I mean, the way they distribute the ball, the number of players who actually register, points and stats is being spread across. Coach Parrish said it. He was like, obviously it's going to be a little different with 15 full scholarship players on there. But what he didn't say is every other team can field 15 full scholarship players, and you've been able to amass the depth that you have at South Carolina, a traditional non-power. And assuming that, we continue to see what I refer to as Sparkman time at the end of games, this team will be okay.
Got a lot of run. Absolutely. Sparkman time. That's a great thing. Scott comes in again. So if they hired a city coach, wouldn't they bring some of their players as well? So not exactly starting over. Okay, so there's one Kurt Signetti in one situation like that in how many years of college football the portal's been open for? If you could name another one where a guy came in, brought a lot of his old players from his old school and won immediately, you win the debate. I don't see it.
Double point to you if you can do that in this league.
In the SEC especially. So I don't, there's one example of that, and they had more help than just the JMU guys. So, it would be starting over. I'm telling you, it would be starting over as someone that knows.
Yeah, it's not a rebuild.
So, this is not
saying that
part of it's not up for discussion. Now, hey, could they get to a bowl next year like Beamer did his first year? But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, why not?
Not everybody would leave. I'm not saying everybody's gone and it's like the Spurrier roster Muschamp took over and he had to play a bunch of freshmen. I'm just saying that, that there's just not an example of that. People think that. Most of the time, a coach leaves, goes someplace else, and then the players that leave, they don't follow him. They go someplace else. Now, when you hire a new coordinator, sometimes we've seen them bring their quarterback. Yeah, that happens. Seen that before. Thank you so much, Nana Sports Chat Box on Wide Open Wednesday on the show. Don't forget tomorrow, Jamie's got something cooking. I guess it's about 4 Quarter Friday.
There's a whole lot going on tomorrow that is not on script.
I've not. I don't even know.
I don't know. I don't know what I need to do for it.
Y'all listen to the morning show tomorrow, so it should be good.
Yeah, it is. There is a big announcement that regarding 4 Quarter Friday and Chief Sports Network. Major announcement coming there. We've got we're debuting a partnership with a company that does a sweet tea turkey brine. I received mine in the mail the other day, JC.
Got mine too.
I must admit, I'm very skeptical. I mean, I'm going to try it. Don't get me wrong.
Partnership, dude.
I know. Well, no, I can say, like, listen, I'm not going to not try it. You know,
it's the sweet teases. The sweet teases. Yeah. I got that too the other day.
Yeah. I'm not going to use it for Thanksgiving because I hold that very sacred, and I do not approve of any trying outs.
Yeah, for those that feels not a experimenter on Thanksgiving.
No, do not appreciate that. Ever since my mother rolled out a cold parsnip soup one year, I'm like, I almost got up from the table.
Oh my God! Don't mess with Mr. Mullinax, Mad Dog of Thanksgiving. He's the Thanksgiving master. All right, folks, have a great Wednesday. See you tomorrow. This has been the show.